Welcome, dear friend, to the empty boat, a vessel without a fixed destination, where the soul finds solace amidst the currents of life. Tonight, as the gentle moonlight filters through the leaves, and the quiet embrace of the night enfolds all things, we embark together on a profound journey. A journey that requires no compass, no fixed destination, but only an open heart and a mind ready to listen. In this bustling life, we sometimes find ourselves adrift, lost amidst worries, entangled in negative emotions, or simply forgetting how to live each moment fully. We carry invisible burdens from the past, anxieties about the future, and the relentless expectations of the outside world. But fear not, for within this very stillness we shall discover the whispers of wisdom, the guiding lights, and the strength to heal the deepest wounds within our souls. Tonight, I invite you to set aside all noise, all distractions. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and allow your mind to find ease. Imagine yourself sitting in a small boat, gently drifting on a calm lake, beneath a sky full of stars. There is no destination, no rush, only the full presence in each passing moment. In the moments to come, we will explore 25 Zen Wisdom Stories. Each story is a doorway opening to a new perspective on life and on yourself. We will learn to release what no longer serves us, to face fear and anger with compassion, to embrace impermanence as an old friend, and to find beauty in the simplest of things. Together, we will transcend attachments, navigate conflicts, and discover the path to inner peace. These are not merely stories to be heard, but seeds of wisdom to be planted in the garden of your soul. Let these sounds, these narratives, gently guide you into a peaceful space, where you can find stillness, understanding, and the strength to live a more meaningful life. Be ready, for the journey of discovering these Zen gems awaits you. Join me on the empty boat as we begin this voyage of awakening. Story 1. The monk's empty hands, releasing the burden of control in the heart of a secluded valley. Nestled among ancient cypress trees, stood the monastery of whispering pines. Within its walls lived a young monk named Cato, earnest and diligent, yet often burdened by a quiet anxiety. Cato was known for his every task, from arranging meditation cushions to tending the garden, was executed with precise control. He believed that by controlling every detail, he could prevent chaos and achieve harmony. This desire for control, though left him exhausted and perpetually on edge. One crisp autumn morning, the venerable Master Hoshi observed Cato struggling. Cato was attempting to carry a large stack of firewood from the forest to the monastery kitchen. He had insisted on carrying it all in one go, fearing lost time or missing pieces. His arms strained, muscles trembling, as the heavy logs threatened to slip. His face was a mask of concentration, a silent battle against gravity. He stumbled, nearly dropping the load, but managed to regain his balance, his grip tightening even further. Master Hoshi approached him, his steps as light as falling leaves. "Cato, my son, what burden do you carry?" Cato, startled, nearly dropped. "The logs again, Master," he panted. "I am carrying the firewood. I wish to carry it all at once, to be efficient, to ensure nothing is lost." Master Hoshi nodded. "Indeed, you carry much. But tell me, Cato, what would happen if you were to open your hands?" Cato looked bewildered. "Open my hands, Master. But then the logs would fall. All my effort would be wasted, and the firewood scattered." His grip instinctively tightened further, knuckles white. "And what if they did fall?" Master Hoshi asked, his voice soft. What then? Cato imagined the logs tumbling, scattering. He pictured the extra time to gather them, the potential for pieces to roll away. A wave of frustration and self-reproach washed over him. It would be a failure, Master. A mess. I would have to start all over again. Master Hoshi smiled. Perhaps, or perhaps, it would simply be a moment of release. A moment where you allow what is to be. Look at your hands, Cato. They are clenched so tightly, holding on with such effort. Do you truly believe that by clenching you gain more control, or do you merely exhaust yourself? Cato looked down at his hands, calloused and strained. He felt the tremor, the ache. He had been so focused on not dropping the logs, on controlling their descent, that he hadn't noticed his exhaustion. The path of wisdom, Cato, Master Hoshi continued, is not about clenching tighter, but about learning when to open your hands. When you clench, you hold not only what you desire, but also the fear of losing it. You hold the tension, the anxiety, the struggle. When you open your hands, you may indeed drop some things, but you also free yourself. You create space for something new to enter, or simply for the burden to be lifted. Cato slowly, tentatively, loosened his grip. A few small twigs and pieces of bark fell, but the main stack remained. He took a deeper breath and felt a slight easing in his shoulders. He hadn't dropped everything, and even if he had, the world would not have ended. Sometimes, Master Hoshi concluded, the greatest control we can exert is the control to let go, to trust that the universe or life itself will catch what needs to be caught, and that what falls away was perhaps not meant for us to carry in the first place. Cato looked at the master, then back at his hands. He understood. He still had to carry the firewood, but now he would carry it differently. He would make 2 trips, or 3 if necessary. He would focus on each step, each log, without the crushing weight of trying to control the entire outcome. He took a deep, liberating breath, and for the first time in a long while, the furrow in his brow softened. Philosophical commentary. The story of Cato and Master Hoshi is a profound teaching on the illusion of control, a central theme in Buddhist philosophy. We, like Cato, often believe that by meticulously planning and holding on tightly, we can dictate outcomes and prevent undesirable events. This desire for control stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of reality, which is inherently impermanent and unpredictable. The Buddha taught that clinging to what is impermanent, or trying to control what is uncontrollable, is a primary source of suffering. The act of opening your hands is a powerful metaphor for surrender, not in the sense of giving up, but in the sense of releasing resistance. When we clench our hands, we are not only holding on to the object of our desire or fear, but also the tension, the anxiety, and the effort required to maintain that grip. This clenching prevents us from seeing clearly, from adapting, and from finding true peace. It binds us to a struggle that often exists more in our minds than in reality. True wisdom lies in discerning what is within our sphere of influence and what is not. We can influence our efforts, intentions, and responses, but we cannot control external events, the actions of others, or the inherent impermanence of life. When we release the need to control the uncontrollable, we free up immense mental and emotional energy that can then be directed towards mindful action, acceptance, and genuine presence. This act of letting go is not passive resignation. It is an active choice to align ourselves with the natural flow of existence, leading to a deeper sense of freedom and inner peace. Modern psychological link. In our modern world, the burden of Control manifests in countless ways, contributing significantly to widespread psychological distress. Anxiety disorders, perfectionism, burnout, and chronic stress are often rooted in an overwhelming need to control every aspect of our lives. We live in a culture that often equates control with success, security, and competence. While planning and effort are valuable, an excessive need for control can become debilitating. This constant striving for control fuels anxiety. We worry endlessly about future outcomes, imagining worst-case scenarios. Perfectionism, the belief that flawlessness is achievable through absolute control, leading to self-criticism, burnout. The relentless effort to maintain control over tasks and responsibilities depletes resources. Relationship issues. Trying to control others' behaviors often leads to conflict and resentment. Resistance to change. Our desire for control makes us resistant to inevitable changes, leading to prolonged suffering. The Zen teaching of opening your hands offers a powerful antidote. It encourages psychological flexibility, the ability to adapt, to let go of rigid expectations, and to accept what is beyond our control. This doesn't mean becoming passive. It means shifting our focus from controlling external events to responding to them while cultivating inner peace regardless of the outcome. True security comes not from external control, but from internal resilience and acceptance. Conclusion. The Buddha once said, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned." This wisdom extends to all forms of clinging and control. When we clench our hands, we are the ones who bear the burden, who feel the strain. Tonight, reflect on what you are holding on to so tightly. Is it a past mistake, a future outcome, a relationship you're trying to force? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine your hands slowly, gently opening. Feel the tension release. Acknowledge that some things are beyond your control, and that is okay. You don't have to carry every burden. You don't have to control every outcome. Just as Cato learned, sometimes the greatest strength lies not in clenching, but in the courageous act of letting go. When you open your hands, you create space. Space for peace, space for acceptance, space for the natural unfolding of life. Story 2. The changing seasons of the heart. Embracing life's flowing valley, blessed with 4 distinct seasons, where the cherry blossoms painted the hills in spring and the snow draped them in silent white in winter, lived a young artist named Ren. Ren possessed a sensitive soul and an extraordinary talent for capturing the fleeting beauty of nature on his canvases. His spring paintings vibrated with the delicate blush of new life. His summers shimmered with vibrant greens, and his autumns burned with fiery hues. Yet, despite his skill, Ren often found himself caught in a cycle of longing and melancholy. His greatest joy came with the arrival of spring. He would spend countless hours beneath the cherry trees, sketching their fragile blossoms, feeling the surge of renewal within him. But as the petals began to fall, carried away by the gentle breeze, a profound sadness would descend upon him. He would lament their passing, wishing he could somehow preserve their ephemeral beauty, clinging to the memory of their vibrant presence. This longing for what was, this resistance to the inevitable change, would often overshadow the beauty of the seasons that followed. He would paint the lushness of summer with a wistful hand, and the rich tapestry of autumn with a heavy heart, always yearning for the return of spring. One day, Master Jin, a renowned calligrapher and a man whose presence exuded a quiet, unwavering peace, visited Ren's studio. He admired Ren's paintings, his eyes lingering on a canvas depicting a cherry tree in full bloom. "A masterpiece, Ren," he said, his voice like the rustle of silk. "You have captured its essence beautifully." Ren sighed, a deep, melancholic sound. "Thank you, Master, but it pains me to see them fade. I wish spring could last forever. I feel a profound loss when the blossoms fall, and it makes it difficult to appreciate the beauty that comes after." Master Jin turned to Ren, his gaze gentle yet penetrating. "Ah, Ren, you paint the seasons with such truth, yet you resist their very nature. Tell me, what would happen if the cherry blossoms never fell? If spring lingered indefinitely?" Ren paused, considering, "Well then there would be no summer fruits, no golden autumn leaves, no quiet winter snows. The cycle would be broken." "Precisely," Master Jin affirmed. "The beauty of the cherry blossom is precisely in its fleeting nature. Its impermanence makes it precious. If it were to last forever, would it still hold the same delicate charm? Would we anticipate its return with such joy?" Ren looked at his painting, then out the window at the vibrant green of early summer. He had been so consumed by the departure of spring that he had barely noticed the burgeoning life around him. "Life, Ren," Master Jin continued, "is like the seasons. It is a continuous flow, a constant transformation. Joy gives way to sorrow, gain to loss, birth to death. If we cling to one season, one moment, one experience, we resist the natural rhythm of existence. We miss the unique beauty that each new phase brings." He picked up a brush and, with a few swift, elegant strokes, painted a single, perfectly formed autumn leaf on a small piece of rice paper. "This leaf," he said, holding it up, "is beautiful not despite its eventual decay, but because of it. Its vibrant color is a celebration of its journey, a prelude to its return to the earth, nourishing the ground for the next spring. Your heart, Ren, is like this valley. It experiences spring, summer, autumn, and winter. If you cling only to the warmth of spring, you will suffer when the chill of winter arrives. But if you learn to embrace each season for what it is, too, find the unique beauty and lessons in each, then your heart will know a deeper, more enduring peace." Ren looked at the autumn leaf, then at the summer landscape outside. He began to see the richness in the green, the promise of fruit, the strength of the sun. He realized that his sadness wasn't caused by the falling petals, but by his resistance to their falling. His longing for the past was blinding him to the beauty of the present. "The art of living, Ren," Master Jin concluded, "is to dance with the seasons of your heart, to welcome the blossoms, to savor the fruits, to marvel at the falling leaves, and to find stillness in the quiet snow. Each has its own perfection, its own wisdom." From that day forward, Ren's paintings began to change. He still painted the cherry blossoms with love, but he also painted the summer storms with fierce energy, the autumn harvests with deep gratitude, and the stark beauty of winter with profound reverence. His heart, once bound by longing, began to flow with the rhythm of life, finding peace not in holding on to one moment, but in embracing the continuous, ever-changing dance of existence. Philosophical commentary. The story of Ren and Master Jin beautifully illustrates the Buddhist concept of impermanence, anicca, one of the three marks of existence. Everything in the phenomenal world, from the smallest dewdrop to the grandest mountain, from our fleeting emotions to our very lives, is in a constant state of flux. Nothing is permanent, fixed, or unchanging. Our suffering often arises from our resistance to this fundamental truth. We cling to pleasant experiences, relationships, and states of being, and we resist unpleasant ones, desperately wishing for things to be otherwise than they are. The cherry blossom, a potent symbol in Zen, perfectly embodies impermanence. Its exquisite beauty is precisely because it is so fleeting. If it lasted forever, its preciousness would diminish. By lamenting its passing, Ren was not truly suffering from the loss of the blossoms, but from his attachment to them and his resistance to the natural cycle of change. Embracing impermanence does not mean becoming indifferent or detached in a cold way. It means developing a deep understanding and acceptance that all things arise, abide for a time, and then pass away. When we truly internalize this, we can savor the beauty of each moment more fully, knowing its preciousness. We can also face loss and change with greater equanimity, understanding that sorrow, like joy, is a transient visitor. This acceptance allows us to flow with life, rather than fighting against its inevitable currents, leading to a profound sense of peace and freedom. Modern psychological link in contemporary psychology. The resistance to impermanence manifests in various forms of distress, including anxiety, depression, and difficulty coping with loss. Our society often promotes an illusion of control and permanence. We strive for stable careers, lasting relationships, and a sense of security that can be shattered by unforeseen changes. When life inevitably throws us curveballs, job loss, relationship endings, health issues, or the death of loved ones, our inability to accept change can lead to prolonged suffering, anxiety. Much anxiety stems from a fear of the unknown future and an inability to accept that things might change in undesirable ways. Depression, often linked to ruminating on past losses or clinging to a past state of being that no longer exists. Grief. While grief is a natural process, prolonged and complicated grief can arise from an intense resistance to the reality of loss and an inability to let go. Burnout can occur when individuals try to maintain a static level of performance or control in a dynamic environment, resisting the natural ebbs and flows of energy and productivity. The Zen teaching of embracing impermanence offers a powerful framework for developing psychological resilience. By cultivating an awareness of the transient nature of all phenomena, thoughts, emotions, physical sensations, external circumstances, we can learn to hold them lightly. This practice, often cultivated through mindfulness meditation, allows us to observe experiences without clinging to them or pushing them away. It helps us to develop a more flexible mindset, enabling us to adapt to change, recover from setbacks, and find moments of joy and gratitude even amidst life's inevitable challenges. Embracing impermanence is not about being passive. It's about actively engaging with life as it unfolds, moment by moment, with an open heart and a clear mind. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, all conditioned things are impermanent. Strive on with diligence. This is not a call to despair, but an invitation to live fully, to savor each precious moment, and to release the burden of clinging to what cannot last. Tonight, as you reflect on your day, consider what season your heart is currently experiencing. Are you clinging to a past joy or resisting a present challenge? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine yourself as a tree in the valley, rooted deeply, yet allowing your leaves to change color and fall with grace. Embrace the flow. Welcome each season of your heart, knowing that each brings its own unique beauty and wisdom. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart open to the ever-changing dance of life. Story 3. The untouched mirror, non-reaction to external stimuli in a bustling city, where the clamor of commerce and the rush of daily life created a constant symphony of noise, lived a renowned Zen master named Kenji. Unlike the serene monasteries nestled in the mountains, Master Kenji's small temple was an oasis of calm amidst the urban chaos. People from all walks of life, from merchants to scholars, from laborers to nobles, sought his wisdom, often burdened by the relentless provocations of their daily interactions. Among his many students was a young man named Hiroki. Hiroki was intelligent and earnest, but he possessed a quick temper and a tendency to take things personally. A harsh word from a customer, a slight from a colleague, or even a critical glance from a stranger could send him spiraling into anger, resentment, or self-doubt. He often complained to Master Kenji, "Master, how can I find peace when the world constantly assaults me with its negativity? It feels as though I am a fragile glass, easily shattered by every bump and jostle." Master Kenji listened patiently, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding. One afternoon, he invited Hiroki to his private meditation room. The room was simple, adorned only with a single, perfectly polished bronze mirror on one wall. "Hiroki," Master Kenji began, his voice calm and clear, "look into this mirror." "What do you see?" Hiroki looked. "I see my reflection, Master, and the reflection of the room." "Indeed," said Master Kenji. He then picked up a small, dusty cloth and began to wipe the mirror vigorously. "Now, what do you see?" "Still my reflection, Master, but now it is clearer, brighter," Hiroki replied. Master Kenji then took a handful of mud from a small pot and smeared it across the mirror's surface. "And now," Hiroki frowned, "now I see only mud, Master. My reflection is obscured." Master Kenji smiled. He then took a clean cloth and, with gentle, deliberate strokes, wiped away the mud until the mirror was once again perfectly clear and reflective. "Tell me, Hiroki," he asked, "when I smeared the mud on the mirror, did the mirror itself become muddy? Did it cling to the mud or resist it?" Hiroki pondered this. "No, Master. The mirror remained a mirror. The mud was merely on its surface. It did not become the mud. And when I wiped the mud away, did the mirror rejoice? Did it feel relieved? No, Master. It simply reflected again, as it always does." "Precisely," Master Kenji affirmed. "Your mind, Hiroki, is like this mirror. It has the inherent capacity to reflect reality clearly, without distortion. But just as mud can be smeared upon the mirror's surface, so too can external stimuli, harsh words, criticism, negativity, praise, flattery, fall upon your mind. When someone speaks ill of you, it is like mud being smeared on the mirror. Does your mind become the harsh word? Does it cling to the criticism? Or does it remain, at its core, a clear, reflective surface?" Hiroki began to understand. "But Master," he interjected, "it feels as though the mud sticks. It feels as though I become angry or sad or hurt." "That is because you mistake the reflection for the mirror itself," Master Kenji explained gently. "You identify with the mud. You believe that the mud is you, or that the mud has damaged the mirror permanently. But the mirror's nature is to reflect, not to absorb or become what it reflects. The mud, the praise, the criticism, they are all transient phenomena. They appear on the surface and then they pass. The practice," Master Kenji continued, "is to cultivate the awareness that you are the mirror, not the mud. When a harsh word comes, observe it, see it as mud on the surface. Do not grasp it, do not push it away with force. Simply allow it to be there, knowing that its nature is to eventually dissipate or to be wiped away by the clear cloth of your awareness. Do not react immediately by identifying with it, by letting it define you, or by allowing it to disturb your inner clarity. Hiroki sat in silence, gazing at the polished mirror. He began to see how often he had allowed the mud of external opinions and events to cloud his inner clarity, how he had mistaken the temporary smudges for his true nature. He realized that his suffering came not from the external stimuli themselves, but from his immediate, unexamined reaction to them, his tendency to cling to them and let them define his inner state. The world will always throw mud, Hiroki Master Kenji concluded. It will also throw flowers. The mirror does not choose what to reflect, but you can choose whether to identify with the mud or to remember your true nature as the clear, untouched mirror. From that day forward, Hiroki began to practice. When a customer was rude, he would mentally step back, observing the anger rising within him as if it were mud on a mirror. He would remind himself that the anger was not him, and that the rudeness was merely a transient reflection. He found that by not grasping the mud, it would often dissipate on its own, leaving his inner mirror clear once more. He was still human, still felt emotions, but they no longer shattered him. He was learning to be the untouched mirror, reflecting life as it is, without becoming entangled in its passing phenomena. Philosophical commentary. The untouched mirror parable is a powerful Zen teaching on the nature of mind and the practice of non-reaction. In Buddhist philosophy, the mind's fundamental nature is often described as pure, clear, and luminous, like a polished mirror or clear sky. This inherent purity is obscured by defilements, kleshas such as greed, hatred, and delusion, which arise from our clinging and aversion to phenomena. The core message here is that our suffering is not caused by external events or others' actions, but by our reaction to them. When we react impulsively, we identify with the fleeting emotions and thoughts that arise, mistaking them for our true self. This identification leads to entanglement, perpetuating cycles of anger, resentment, and distress. Non-reaction or non-identification is a cornerstone of mindfulness practice. It involves observing thoughts, emotions, and sensations as they arise, without judgment, attachment, or aversion. We acknowledge their presence, mud on the mirror, but do not allow them to define us or disturb our inner peace. The mirror remains a mirror. This practice cultivates equanimity, upaka, a balanced and serene state of mind that remains undisturbed by the ups and downs of life. It allows us to respond skillfully rather than react impulsively, creating a space of freedom between stimulus and response. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the concept of non-reaction aligns closely with principles of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, acceptance and commitment therapy ACT, and mindfulness-based interventions. Many psychological distresses, such as anxiety, depression, and anger management issues, are exacerbated by maladaptive thought patterns and emotional reactivity. Emotional reactivity. People who are highly reactive tend to experience intense emotional responses to triggers, leading to impulsive behaviors, relationship conflicts, and prolonged distress. The mirror analogy helps to externalize these reactions, allowing for observation rather than immersion. Cognitive distortions. We often smear mud on our mental mirror through cognitive distortions, like personalization, taking things too personally, catastrophizing, imagining worst-case scenarios, and black and white thinking. The Zen teaching encourages us to see these thoughts as transient, not as absolute truths. Mindfulness. The practice of mindfulness directly trains us to be the untouched mirror. By observing thoughts and feelings without judgment, we create a space for non-identification. This detachment allows us to choose our response, rather than being driven by automatic reactions. Resilience. Cultivating non-reaction builds emotional resilience. When we understand that external events do not inherently define our inner state, we become less vulnerable to their impact. We learn to navigate life's challenges with greater stability and inner peace. The untouched mirror offers a powerful metaphor for self-awareness and emotional regulation. It teaches us that while we cannot control what life throws at us, we can control how we relate to it. By remembering our true nature as the clear, reflective mind, we can navigate the complexities of the world with greater clarity, compassion, and inner freedom. Conclusion. The Buddha said, "You are the master of your own mind. You can choose to be disturbed or to be at peace. The choice lies in how you relate to the mud that appears on your mirror." Tonight, as you settle into stillness, reflect on any mud that may have been smeared on your mental mirror today. Was it a harsh word, a frustrating event, a critical thought? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine yourself as the perfectly clear, polished mirror. Observe the mud without judgment, without clinging, without resistance. Allow it to simply be there, knowing that it is transient, and that your true nature remains untouched, clear, and luminous. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a mind as clear and serene as an untouched mirror, ready to reflect the beauty of the world without being stained by its passing phenomena. Story 4. The Weaver's Unfinished Tapestry, Embracing the Unknown, a village renowned for its exquisite tapestries, where threads of silk and wool were woven into stories of mountains, rivers, and ancient legends, lived a young weaver named Anya. Anya possessed a keen eye for detail and a burning desire for perfection. She envisioned each tapestry in its entirety before she even began, meticulously planning every color, every knot, every intricate pattern. Her work was beautiful, but the process was often fraught with anxiety. Anya would spend countless hours at her loom, her brow furrowed, her heart racing. She found it agonizing to work on a piece when the final outcome was not yet visible. The large, unfinished sections of her tapestry, with their dangling threads and incomplete patterns, filled her with a profound sense of unease. She would often pull out threads, undoing hours of work, if a section didn't immediately align with her perfect mental image. She yearned for the moment of completion, the satisfaction of seeing the whole, finished masterpiece. This constant striving for a known, perfect end state made the journey itself a source of stress and frustration. One day, the village elder, an old woman named Ilara, whose hands were gnarled from years of weaving but whose eyes sparkled with serene wisdom, came to visit Anya's workshop. Ilara was known not only for her beautiful tapestries, but for the calm and joyful demeanor with which she approached her craft. Ilara observed Anya, who was meticulously working on a large tapestry, her face tense. "Anya, my dear," Ilara said softly, "your dedication is admirable, but your spirit seems troubled. What weighs on your heart?" Anya sighed, gesturing to the vast, unfinished tapestry on her loom. "Oh, Elder Ilara, it is this. I see the finished tapestry so clearly in my mind, but the reality of these unfinished sections, these dangling threads, fills me with such anxiety. I fear I will make a mistake, or that the final piece will not live up to my vision. I just wish I could see it all completed now. This uncertainty, this not knowing, is unbearable." Ilara nodded, her gaze fixed on the tapestry. Indeed, the loom can be a place of both creation and contemplation. But tell me, Anya, if you could see the entire tapestry, perfectly finished, from the very beginning, what would be the purpose of the weaving? Anya paused. Well then there would be no work, no effort, no journey. Precisely, Alara affirmed. The beauty of the tapestry, Anya, lies not only in its finished form, but in the unfolding of its creation. Each thread, each knot, each color choice is a moment of discovery. If you already know every detail, every outcome, then the journey itself becomes meaningless. The uncertainty, the not knowing, is not an obstacle to be overcome, but an inherent part of the creative process, and indeed, of life itself. She gently touched a section of Anya's unfinished work. Look at these dangling threads, these incomplete patterns. They are not flaws, Anya. They are simply moments in time. They hold the promise of what is yet to be. If you focus only on the imagined perfection of the end, you miss the beauty of the unfolding. You miss the dance of the threads, the subtle shifts in color, the unexpected turns that make each tapestry unique. Life, Anya, Alara continued, is much like this tapestry. We often wish to see the entire design from the beginning. We crave certainty, a clear path, a guaranteed outcome. We fear the dangling threads of the unknown, the incomplete patterns of our future. But if we knew every detail, every joy, every sorrow, every twist and turn, would life still hold its wonder? Would there be room for growth, for surprise, for the unexpected beauty that emerges from the very act of living? Anya looked at her tapestry with new eyes. She began to see the unfinished sections, not as imperfections, but as possibilities. The dangling threads were not signs of failure, but invitations to continue the journey. She realized that her anxiety stemmed not from the tapestry itself, but from her rigid attachment to a predetermined outcome, and her resistance to the inherent uncertainty of the creative process. The art of living, Anya, Alara concluded, is to embrace the unfinished tapestry, to trust the process, even when you cannot see the whole design, to find joy in the weaving itself, in each thread, each moment, knowing that the masterpiece is not just the final product, but the entire journey of its creation. The unknown is not an empty void, but a canvas waiting for your threads. From that day forward, Anya's approach to weaving began to transform. She still envisioned her tapestries, but she held her visions lightly. She learned to savor the process, to embrace the unexpected challenges as opportunities for new patterns to emerge. When a thread broke, or a color didn't quite match her initial plan, she no longer saw it as a failure, but as a chance for a unique variation. Her heart, once burdened by the need for certainty, began to find peace in the unfolding, in the beautiful, messy, and wonderfully uncertain journey of creation. Her tapestries, infused with this newfound serenity, became even more vibrant and alive. Philosophical commentary, the story of Anya, and the unfinished tapestry speaks directly to the human craving for certainty and the fear of the unknown, a core aspect of suffering addressed in Buddhist teachings. The world, as the Buddha taught, is characterized by impermanence anicca and non-self anatta, meaning nothing is fixed, stable, or fully controllable. Our desire for a perfectly known and predictable future is fundamentally at odds with the nature of reality. This craving for certainty is a form of clinging, a subtle attachment to a specific outcome or a preconceived notion of how things should be. When reality inevitably deviates from our mental blueprint, we experience anxiety, frustration, and disappointment. The dangling threads and unfinished sections of life represent the inherent uncertainty and open-endedness of our existence. Embracing the unknown is not about being reckless or unprepared. It is about cultivating a mindset of openness, flexibility, and trust in the unfolding process. It means recognizing that true wisdom often emerges not from knowing all the answers, but from being present with the questions, from navigating the ambiguities, and from allowing life to reveal itself in its own time. This practice liberates us from the mental prison of rigid expectations and allows us to find beauty and meaning in the journey itself, rather than solely in the destination. It is a profound act of surrender to the flow of life, leading to a deeper sense of peace and freedom. Modern psychological link in contemporary psychology. The fear of the unknown and the need for certainty are recognized as significant contributors to anxiety disorders, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and decision paralysis. In a rapidly changing world, the pressure to plan, predict, and control every aspect of our lives is immense. Anxiety disorders, generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, is often characterized by excessive worry about future events and an inability to tolerate uncertainty. Perfectionism. The drive for perfection often stems from a fear of making mistakes or of not meeting a predetermined ideal outcome, leading to immense stress and self-criticism. Decision paralysis. The overwhelming desire to make the perfect choice, coupled with the fear of an unknown negative outcome, can lead to an inability to make any decision at all. Burnout. Constantly striving for a known, perfect outcome and resisting any deviation can lead to mental and emotional exhaustion. The Zen teaching of embracing the unfinished tapestry offers a powerful therapeutic approach. It encourages us to cultivate tolerance for uncertainty, learning to be comfortable with not knowing, and recognizing that uncertainty is a natural part of life, can significantly reduce anxiety. Process-oriented mindset, shifting focus from the end product to the journey itself, finding joy and meaning in the present moment of creation or experience. Flexibility and adaptability, developing the capacity to adjust plans and expectations when faced with unexpected circumstances, rather than rigidly clinging to original ideas. Self-compassion, recognizing that mistakes and deviations are part of the learning process, not failures to be condemned. By adopting this perspective, individuals can reduce their anxiety, increase their resilience, and find greater satisfaction in the unfolding of their lives, even when the path ahead is not entirely clear. It is about trusting in the inherent wisdom of the process and finding liberation in the unknown. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, "The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing." This is not a statement of ignorance, but an invitation to embrace the vastness of the unknown with humility and openness. Tonight, as you reflect, consider what unfinished tapestry you are currently working on in your life. Is it a career path, a relationship, a personal project? Are you struggling with the dangling threads of uncertainty? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine yourself as Anya, gently touching the incomplete sections of your life's tapestry. See them not as flaws, but as possibilities. Trust the process. Find joy in the weaving itself, in each thread, each moment, knowing that the masterpiece is not just the final product, but the entire journey of its creation. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart open to the beautiful, wonderfully uncertain unfolding of your life's unique tapestry. Story 5. The Cracked Bell's Unique Sound, Finding Beauty in Flaws in a Remote Mountain Village. Nestled in a valley known for its ancient crafts, stood a small, revered temple. For generations, the temple's bell had called the villagers to prayer. Its clear, resonant tone echoing through the peaks and valleys. This bell, forged centuries ago by a master craftsman, was considered the heart of the community, its perfect sound a symbol of harmony and tradition. One fateful winter, a severe earthquake shook the region. The temple, though sturdy, suffered damage, and tragically, a large crack appeared on the beloved bell. The villagers were heartbroken. They tried everything to repair it. Master smiths were summoned. Special alloys were prepared, but nothing could restore its original, flawless form. When struck, the bell no longer produced its pure, crystalline note. Instead, it emitted a deeper, slightly discordant, yet strangely haunting sound. The villagers mourned. They felt their perfect harmony was broken, their tradition marred. Some suggested melting the bell down and forging a new one, hoping to recapture the lost perfection. Others argued it should be kept as a silent monument to what once was, a reminder of their loss. The bell, once a source of comfort, now became a symbol of their collective imperfection and sorrow. The temple's abbot, an old monk named Juro, whose face was lined with the wisdom of many winters, listened patiently to the villagers' laments. He understood their pain, their attachment to the ideal of perfection. But he also saw something else. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks, casting long shadows across the temple courtyard, Abbot Juro walked to the cracked bell. He picked up the wooden mallet and, with a gentle, deliberate motion, struck it. The sound that resonated was indeed different, deeper, with a subtle, melancholic hum that intertwined with its primary tone. It was not the perfect, pure note of old, but it was undeniably unique. "Listen," Abbot Juro said to the few villagers who had gathered, their faces etched with sadness. "Listen closely. Is this sound truly broken, or is it simply ... different?" A young woman, who had always been critical of her own imperfections, spoke up. "It is broken, Abbot. It is not what it once was. It is flawed, and what is flaw?" Abbot Juro asked softly. "Is it not simply a deviation from an imagined ideal?" This bell, in its perfect form, was one among many perfect bells. Its sound, though beautiful, was perhaps indistinguishable from others of its kind. But now, with this crack, its voice is utterly unique. No other bell in the world will ever sound precisely like this one. Its imperfection has given it an individuality, a character, a depth that it did not possess before. He struck the bell again. The sound vibrated in the air, carrying a story of resilience, of enduring through hardship, of finding a new voice after being broken. "We often strive for perfection," Abbot Juro continued, "in ourselves, in our lives, in our creations. We fear flaws, believing they diminish us. But sometimes it is precisely our cracks, our imperfections, our experiences of being broken that give us our unique resonance. They are the marks of our journey, the evidence of our resilience, the very things that make us distinct and, in a deeper sense, more beautiful." He looked at the young woman. "Are you not, in your own way, like this bell? You strive for an imagined perfection, and you lament your perceived flaws. But perhaps those very flaws, those experiences that have shaped you, are what give your spirit its unique melody, its particular strength, its authentic voice. If you were perfect, would you truly be you?" The villagers began to listen to the bell with new ears. They heard not just the discord, but the unique harmony. They heard the story of its survival, its enduring spirit. They realized that their attachment to the perfect sound had blinded them to the new, profound beauty that had emerged from its brokenness. From that day forward, the cracked bell was not melted down. It continued to call the villagers to prayer, its unique sound becoming a cherished part of their tradition. It reminded them that true beauty is not always found in flawless perfection, but often in the resilience, character, and unique story that emerges from embracing our imperfections. The bell, once a symbol of lost perfection, became a symbol of enduring beauty, a testament to the profound truth that sometimes it is our cracks that let the light in and allow our most authentic selves to resonate. Philosophical commentary. The story of the cracked bell beautifully illustrates the Zen aesthetic of wabi-sabi, a worldview centered on the acceptance of transience and imperfection. Wabi-sabi finds beauty in things that are imperfect, impermanent, and incomplete. It celebrates the authenticity of objects and beings that bear the marks of time, weather, and use. The cracked bell, far from being diminished, gains a unique character and depth precisely because of its flaw. In Buddhist philosophy, the pursuit of perfection often leads to suffering because it is based on an unrealistic ideal that clashes with the inherent impermanence and imperfection of existence. All conditioned phenomena are subject to decay and change. To resist this is to resist reality. Embracing our flaws, our cracks, is an act of radical self-acceptance. It acknowledges that these imperfections are not errors to be hidden or fixed, but integral parts of our unique journey and identity. They are the very things that make us distinct, resilient, and capable of deeper understanding and compassion. This perspective liberates us from the endless cycle of striving for an unattainable ideal and the self-criticism that arises from falling short. It allows us to find peace and contentment in our authentic selves, recognizing that true beauty and wisdom often emerge from the process of enduring, adapting, and integrating our experiences, including those that have broken us. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the relentless pursuit of perfectionism and the fear of flaws are significant drivers of anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, and chronic self-criticism. In a society that often promotes idealized images of success, beauty, and happiness, many individuals struggle with feelings of inadequacy and shame over their perceived imperfections. Perfectionism. This is a maladaptive trait characterized by an extreme desire for flawlessness and an intolerance for mistakes. It often leads to procrastination, burnout, and chronic dissatisfaction, as the ideal is never truly attainable. Low self-esteem. A constant focus on flaws and shortcomings can erode self-worth, leading to feelings of unworthiness and a reluctance to engage fully with life. Body image issues. Many individuals struggle with negative body image due to societal pressures to conform to unrealistic beauty standards, leading to self-criticism and unhealthy behaviors. Fear of failure. The belief that any mistake or imperfection is a catastrophic failure can paralyze individuals, preventing them from taking risks or pursuing new opportunities. The Zen teaching of the cracked bell offers a powerful therapeutic counter-narrative. It encourages self-compassion, treating oneself with kindness and understanding, especially in moments of perceived failure or inadequacy, rather than harsh self-criticism. Acceptance of imperfection, recognizing that flaws are a natural part of the human condition and that they do not diminish one's inherent worth authenticity, embracing one's true self, including vulnerabilities and imperfections, rather than trying to present a flawless facade. Resilience, understanding that challenges and breaks can lead to growth, unique strengths, and a deeper appreciation for life. By shifting our perspective from striving for an unattainable perfection to embracing the beauty in our authentic, imperfect selves, we can cultivate greater self-acceptance, resilience, and a more profound sense of peace and well-being. Our cracks are not weaknesses. They are the unique patterns that make us who we are, allowing our inner light to shine through in a way that is uniquely ours. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, the root of suffering is attachment. This includes attachment to the idea of perfection. When we release this attachment, we open ourselves to a deeper, more authentic form of beauty. Tonight, as you reflect, consider any cracks or flaws you perceive in yourself. Is there something you've been hiding or criticizing yourself for? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine yourself as the cracked bell. Listen to your own unique sound. Recognize that your imperfections are not something to be ashamed of, but integral parts of your story, your resilience, and your unique beauty. They are what make you uniquely you. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart that embraces its own beautiful, authentic, and perfectly imperfect self. Story 6. The taste of the mountain spring, the depth of presence in a quiet village nestled at the foot of a towering mountain, where the air was always crisp and the sounds of nature were the dominant melody, lived a young scholar named Hiro. Hiro was brilliant, his mind a vast library of knowledge. He could recite ancient texts, debate complex philosophies, and analyze intricate theories with remarkable precision. Yet, despite his intellectual prowess, Hiro often felt a nagging sense of emptiness, a feeling that something fundamental was missing from his understanding of life. He was always thinking, always analyzing, always planning, rarely truly experiencing. He sought out Master Ru, an old Zen master who lived in a simple hermitage high on the mountain. Master Ru was known not for his vast knowledge, but for his profound presence. He rarely spoke in long discourses, preferring simple actions and quiet observation. Hiro, eager to fill his perceived void, climbed the winding path to the hermitage. He found Master Ru sitting by a small, bubbling mountain spring, his eyes closed, a faint smile on his lips. "Master," Hiro began, bowing deeply, "I have come seeking wisdom. My mind is filled with knowledge, yet my heart feels empty. I understand the theories of mindfulness, the importance of presence, but I cannot seem to truly grasp them. How can I truly taste life, rather than just analyze its ingredients?" Master Ru opened his eyes, their depth like the clear mountain sky. He picked up a small wooden ladle, dipped it into the spring, and offered it to Hiro. "Drink," he said, his voice a gentle whisper. Hiro took the ladle. He looked at the clear water, noting its temperature, perhaps even recalling scientific facts about its mineral composition. He brought it to his lips and drank. "It is cold and refreshing, Master," he stated, ever the analyst. Master Ru took the ladle back and dipped it again. This time he held it out to Hiro, but before Hiro could take it, Master Ru said, "This time, drink as if this is the first time you have ever tasted water. Drink as if this is the last time you will ever taste water. Drink as if this water holds all the secrets of the universe, and you must discover them in this single sip." Hiro looked at the ladle, then at the master's calm, expectant face. He felt a shift within him. He took the ladle, his fingers consciously feeling the cool, smooth wood. He brought it slowly to his lips, his gaze fixed on the shimmering surface. Of the water, he inhaled, noticing the faint, earthy scent of the spring. As the water touched his tongue, he allowed himself to be fully present with the sensation, the initial chill, the subtle sweetness, the way it quenched his thirst, the feeling of it flowing down his throat. He wasn't thinking about the water's properties, or where it came from, or what he would do next. He was simply drinking. When he finished, he lowered the ladle, his eyes wide. A profound sense of peace settled over him. "Master," he whispered, it was more than just water. It was ... life. I felt it." Master Ru smiled. "Indeed, the taste of the mountain spring is always there, always offering its essence. But often our minds are so busy analyzing, judging, planning, or regretting that we never truly taste it. We are present in body, but absent in mind." "The richness of life," Hero, Master Ru, continued, "is not found in the vastness of knowledge, but in the depth of presence. Every moment, every breath, every sensation, every interaction holds the entire universe within it. But we rush past them, chasing the next thought, the next task, the next moment, believing that fulfillment lies somewhere in the future or in a grand understanding. But it is here, now, in the simple act of drinking water, of feeling the sun on your skin, of listening to the birdsong. To truly taste life," Master Ru concluded, "you must bring your entire being to the present moment. Let go of the past, release the future, and simply be here, now. The universe does not reveal its secrets to a busy mind, but to a mind that is still and fully present." From that day forward, Hero's pursuit of knowledge transformed. He still studied, but he also learned to pause. He learned to truly taste his food, to feel the ground beneath his feet with each step, to listen to conversations with his full attention, not just formulating his next response. He found that the emptiness he had felt began to fill, not with more knowledge, but with the profound richness of simply being present. He realized that the answers he sought were not hidden in ancient texts, but in the vibrant, living tapestry of each passing moment, waiting to be tasted. Philosophical commentary. The story of Hero and the mountain spring directly addresses the core Zen concept of being present or mindfulness sati. In Buddhist teachings, the present moment is the only reality we ever truly experience. The past is a memory, the future an imagination, yet our minds are constantly pulled away from the now by ruminations about what has been or anxieties about what is to come. This mental wandering prevents us from fully engaging with life as it unfolds, leading to a sense of disconnection and dissatisfaction. The act of tasting the water with full presence is an allegory for living mindfully. It's about bringing our full attention, our senses, and our awareness to whatever we are doing, no matter how mundane. When we are truly present, we open ourselves to the richness and depth of each experience. The water is not just H2O. It is the sensation of coolness, the act of quenching thirst, the subtle flavors, the feeling of life itself. The Buddha taught that mindfulness is the path to awakening. By cultivating present moment awareness, we begin to see things as they truly are, free from the distortions of our past conditioning or future projections. This clarity allows us to respond skillfully to life, rather than reacting impulsively, and to find a deep sense of peace and contentment that is independent of external circumstances. It is in the depth of presence that the secrets of the universe, the interconnectedness, impermanence, and inherent beauty of existence reveal themselves. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the lack of presence is a pervasive issue, contributing to a wide range of mental health challenges. Our fast-paced, digitally driven world constantly pulls our attention in multiple directions, leading to mind-wandering and distraction. Studies show that a significant portion of our waking hours are spent mind-wandering, often leading to unhappiness. This constant mental chatter prevents us from focusing on the task at hand or enjoying the present moment. Anxiety and depression, ruminating on past events, depression, or worrying about future ones, anxiety are classic examples of being absent from the present, reduced enjoyment. When we are not fully present, we miss out on the simple joys of life, the taste of food, the beauty of nature, the warmth of human connection. We are physically there, but mentally somewhere else. Impaired performance, lack of focus and presence can lead to mistakes, reduced productivity, and a feeling of being overwhelmed. Mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, and other mindfulness-based therapies are now widely recognized for their effectiveness in addressing these issues. They teach techniques to cultivate present moment awareness, such as focused breathing, body scans, and mindful eating. The benefits include reduced stress and anxiety. By anchoring attention to the present, the mind has less space to dwell on. Worries, improved emotional regulation. Greater awareness of emotions as they arise allows for a more skillful response rather than impulsive reaction. Enhanced well-being, increased appreciation for daily experiences, and a deeper sense of connection to oneself and the world. Better focus and concentration. Training the mind to stay in the present improves cognitive function. The taste of the mountain spring reminds us that the profound richness of life is not found in grand achievements or complex theories, but in the simple, accessible act of bringing our full, undivided attention to each moment. It is in this depth of presence that true fulfillment resides. Conclusion. The Buddha said, "Do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. This is the path to truly tasting life." Tonight, as you prepare for rest, choose one simple act, perhaps drinking a glass of water or feeling the texture of your bedsheets. Bring your full, undivided attention to it. Notice every sensation, every detail. Take a deep breath. As you exhale, allow yourself to fully arrive in this moment, here and now. Let go of the thoughts of yesterday and tomorrow. Just be. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a mind ready to taste the fullness of each precious moment that life offers. Story 7. The Still Ponds. Reflection, non-judgmental observation of self in a secluded valley. Far from the clamor of human settlements lay a pristine, still pond. Its surface was so calm, so clear, that it perfectly mirrored the sky above, the surrounding trees, and the occasional bird that dipped to drink. Near this pond lived a young monk named Akira, who had come to the hermitage seeking liberation from his own turbulent mind. Akira was plagued by self-judgment. Every thought, every feeling, every action was immediately subjected to a harsh internal critique. If he felt a flicker of anger, he condemned himself for not being compassionate enough. If he experienced a moment of doubt, he chastised himself for lacking faith. His mind was a relentless courtroom where he was both the accused and the unforgiving judge. This constant self-criticism left him exhausted, anxious, and deeply unhappy. Despite his earnest efforts on the spiritual path, he sought guidance from the old Master Kai, who had lived by the still pond for decades, his presence as serene and unruffled as its surface. "Master," Akira confessed, his voice heavy with despair, "I strive for purity of mind, but my thoughts are a constant battleground. I judge myself for every imperfection, every negative emotion. How can I ever achieve peace when my own mind is my harshest critic?" Master Kai listened, his eyes fixed on the still pond. "Akira," he said, his voice like the gentle ripple of water, "come, sit by the pond with me." They sat in silence for a long time, watching the reflections. A cloud drifted across the sky, its image appearing perfectly on the water's surface. A bird flew by, its shadow momentarily gracing the pond. Then a gust of wind ruffled the surface, distorting the reflections into abstract patterns. Soon the wind died down, and the pond returned to its pristine stillness, reflecting everything once more. "Tell me, Akira," Master Kai finally spoke, "when the cloud appeared on the pond, did the pond become the cloud? Did it judge the cloud for being too dark or too light? And when the bird's shadow fell upon it, did the pond become the bird? Did it criticize the bird for its flight path?" Akira pondered this. "No, Master, the pond simply reflected them. It remained itself, and when the wind ruffled its surface, distorting the reflections, did the pond become agitated? Did it resist the wind, or condemn itself for being disturbed?" "No, Master," Akira replied, beginning to see the pattern. "It simply allowed the wind to pass, and then returned to its stillness." "Precisely," Master Kai affirmed. "Your mind, Akira, is like this still pond. Its fundamental nature is to reflect, to be aware. Thoughts, emotions, sensations, they are like the clouds, the birds, the wind. They appear on the surface of your awareness. They are reflected, but they are not you. And the pond does not judge what it reflects. It simply reflects. Your suffering, Akira," Master Kai continued gently, "comes not from the thoughts or emotions themselves, but from your judgment of them. When anger arises, you say, 'I am angry, and I should not be angry.' When doubt appears, you say, 'I am doubtful, and I am a failure for it.' You mistake the reflection for the pond itself. You identify with the passing phenomena, and then you condemn yourself for them. The practice," Master Kai explained, "is to be the pond. When a thought arises, simply observe it. See it as a reflection on the surface of your awareness. Do not grasp it, do not push it away, and most importantly, do not judge it. If a negative thought appears, simply note its presence. Ah, a thought of anger has arisen. If a positive thought appears, note its presence. Ah, a thought of joy has arisen. Allow them to be, knowing that they are transient, like the clouds and the wind. They will pass, and your mind will return to its natural stillness." Akira sat in silence, gazing at the pond. He began to see how he had been fighting his own mind, constantly trying to control and purify its contents, only to create more turmoil. He realized that the path to peace was not through relentless self-judgment, but through gentle, non-judgmental observation. The pond does not try to be anything other than a pond, Master Kai concluded. It simply is, and in that being, it reflects all of existence with perfect clarity. You, too, can be the still pond of your own awareness, reflecting the contents of your mind without judgment, allowing them to come and go, and returning to your natural state of peace. From that day forward, Akira began to practice. When a thought arose, he would mentally step back, observing it as a reflection on the pond of his mind. He would note its presence, without engaging with it, without condemning himself for it. He found that by not feeding the judgment, the thoughts would often dissipate more quickly, like ripples on the water. He was still human, still experienced, a range of emotions, but they no longer held him captive. He was learning to be the still pond, allowing life to reflect upon him without judgment, and finding a profound, quiet peace in that acceptance. Philosophical commentary: the still pond's reflection. Parable is a profound teaching on the practice of non-judgmental awareness, a cornerstone of Buddhist meditation and a key aspect of cultivating equanimity. In Buddhist philosophy, the mind's true nature is often likened to a clear, open space or a mirror, capable of reflecting all phenomena without being stained or disturbed by them. Our suffering arises when we cling to or reject these phenomena, and particularly when we judge them, especially our own thoughts and emotions. The concept of non-judgment is crucial. It doesn't mean condoning harmful actions or suppressing emotions. Instead, it means observing thoughts and feelings as they arise, without immediately labeling them as good or bad, right or wrong. This allows us to create a space between the stimulus, the thought, emotion, and our reaction to it. By not judging, we prevent the secondary suffering that comes from self-criticism, shame, or guilt. We simply acknowledge what is present, allowing it to be, and recognizing its transient nature. This practice cultivates a deep sense of self-acceptance and inner peace. As we cease fighting with our own internal landscape, modern psychological link. In modern psychology, self-judgment and harsh internal criticism are recognized as significant contributors to a wide range of mental health issues, including depression, often characterized by pervasive negative self-talk, guilt, and feelings of worthlessness, anxiety disorders. Individuals with anxiety often judge themselves for their anxious thoughts or physical symptoms, creating a vicious cycle of fear and self-condemnation. Low self-esteem and shame. Constant self-criticism erodes self-worth and can lead to feelings of shame, causing individuals to withdraw or hide parts of themselves. Perfectionism. The relentless pursuit of an unattainable ideal often comes with harsh self-judgment when one inevitably falls short. Mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, and self-compassion. Practices are direct applications of the principles illustrated in this story. They teach individuals to observe thoughts and emotions rather than getting entangled in them. One learns to step back and observe them as passing mental events. Dissenter, recognize that thoughts are not facts, and that one is not defined by their thoughts or emotions. Practice self-compassion, treat oneself with the same kindness, understanding, and acceptance that one would offer a dear friend. This directly counters the self-judgment. Cultivate equanimity. Develop a balanced and stable mind that can remain undisturbed by the internal and external fluctuations of life. The still pond's reflection offers a powerful metaphor for developing a healthier relationship with our inner world. By learning to be the non-judgmental observer of our own thoughts and emotions, we can free ourselves from the tyranny of self-criticism, cultivate genuine self-acceptance, and find a profound, lasting peace within. Conclusion: the Buddha taught, do not be a slave to your mind, but rather its master. This mastery comes not through force, but through gentle, non-judgmental awareness. Tonight, as you settle into stillness, notice the thoughts and feelings that arise. Are you judging them? Are you judging yourself for having them? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, Imagine your mind as a still pond. Allow whatever arises to simply be reflected on its surface. Observe it without judgment, without clinging, without resistance. Let it come, let it be, let it go. Remember that you are the pond, clear and undisturbed, not the passing reflections. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a mind as clear and serene as a still pond, reflecting life with perfect clarity and profound acceptance. Story 8. The Bridge of Understanding, Transcending Divisiveness. In a land divided by a treacherous chasm, lay two villages, the vibrant village of the sun and the wise village of the moon. The sun people, known for their energy and innovation, saw the moon villagers as slow and rigid. The moon people, valuing wisdom and tradition, viewed the sun villagers as reckless and superficial. For generations, they lived in isolation, separated by the chasm and by deep mistrust. Arguments and accusations echoed across the divide, each side convinced of their own righteousness. One day, a wise old pilgrim, the wayfarer, arrived. He listened patiently to the grievances of the sun village, then crossed the chasm to hear the moon village's side. He observed their lives, finding beauty and wisdom in both, despite their stark differences. Returning, the wayfarer gathered elders from both sides. The air was thick with tension. "The deepest chasm," he began, "is not the one of rock and air, but the one in your hearts, built of misunderstanding and fear. They are so different from us." An elder from the sun village exclaimed, "Their ways are illogical, and yours are too hasty," retorted an elder from the moon village. The wayfarer smiled gently. "Indeed, you are different, just as the sun is different from the moon. Yet they coexist, each playing a vital role in the cosmos. Your strength, sun village, lies in innovation. Your strength, moon village, lies in wisdom. Imagine what you could achieve if these strengths were combined, rather than pitted against each other. Imagine a bridge, not just of stone, but of understanding, built across this chasm." The villagers scoffed. "Build a bridge? With them? Impossible. We would never agree." "Perhaps," the wayfarer conceded. "But what if you focused not on your differences, but on your shared need? Both sides desire safety, prosperity, and a better future for your children. These are universal longings that bind all beings." He then told them a story. Once, two rivers flowed down a mountain, each convinced its path was superior. One rushed, the other meandered. They argued endlessly until a great drought threatened both. Only by pooling their waters, by finding common ground, could they survive and flow as one mighty river, nourishing the entire valley. Their differences, once a source of conflict, became the source of their combined strength. "You are like those rivers," the wayfarer concluded. "Your differences are not weaknesses, but unique qualities that, when brought together with respect and understanding, can create something far greater than either could achieve alone. The bridge is about finding a common ground, a shared humanity, and building something together that benefits all." Slowly, hesitantly, the elders began to consider his words. They realized their arguments only deepened division. They began to see that their fear of the other was preventing collaboration. It was a long and arduous process. Disagreements still arose, and old prejudices flared. But this time, instead of retreating, they remembered the wayfarer's words. They focused on their shared goal, a bridge that would benefit both villages. They learned to listen, to understand the perspectives, fears, and hopes behind the words. They learned to appreciate the unique strengths each side brought. The sun villagers offered engineering prowess. The moon villagers, knowledge of durable materials and patient craftsmanship. Eventually, a magnificent bridge spanned the chasm, a testament not just to their skill, but to their newfound understanding, their courage to overcome prejudice, and their willingness to collaborate. It was a bridge built of shared effort, mutual respect, and the profound recognition of their interconnectedness. The chasm remained, a reminder of past division, but now it was bridged by understanding, allowing both villages to flourish in ways they never could have imagined alone. Philosophical commentary, the bridge of understanding. Parable addresses, dualistic thinking and divisiveness, a central concern in Buddhist philosophy. Our minds often operate in terms of opposites, us, them, which when applied rigidly cause immense suffering. The Buddha taught that all phenomena are interconnected. Non-duality suggests ultimate reality transcends these distinctions. Clinging to one side of a duality creates conflict. The chasm symbolizes mental and emotional barriers when we fail to see shared humanity. Building this bridge requires a conscious shift in perspective and specific practices. Mindful listening, truly hearing and seeking to comprehend another's perspective, empathy, stepping into another's shoes to understand their motivations and fears, recognition of shared humanity, focusing on common needs and vulnerabilities that unite us, transcending rightness, releasing the ego's need to be right and prioritizing understanding and harmony. This practice of transcending divisiveness leads to greater compassion, cooperation, and ultimately a more peaceful existence, both individually and collectively. True strength lies in integration, not separation. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, dualistic thinking and divisiveness contribute to interpersonal conflict, social polarization, and mental health issues. Cognitive biases reinforce existing beliefs, hindering constructive engagement. Social polarization deepens hostility and prevents common ground. Relationship problems stem from rigid perspectives and lack of empathy. Constant conflict, internal or external, causes stress and burnout. The Zen teaching offers powerful psychological tools. Seeing situations from another's view reduces judgment and increases empathy by mindful communication, practicing active listening and speaking with intention, focusing on mutual understanding, cultivating compassion, developing concern and care for others, even those with whom we disagree. De-escalation techniques, learning to pause, breathe, and choose a skillful, non-reactive response in conflict situations. By consciously working to build bridges of understanding, we transform conflict into opportunities for growth, deepen relationships, and contribute to a more harmonious society. True strength lies not in rigid adherence to one's own truth, but in the capacity to embrace complexity, acknowledge diverse perspectives, and find unity amidst diversity. This leads to a more resilient and peaceful individual and collective existence. Conclusion: The Buddha taught, hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal rule. Love, in this context, begins with understanding, with the willingness to build a bridge. Tonight, as you reflect, consider a situation where you feel a chasm of division from another person, a group, or an idea. What beliefs or assumptions prevent you from seeing their perspective or finding common ground? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine extending a thread of understanding across that chasm. Focus not on your differences, but on your shared humanity, your common needs, your mutual desire for peace and well-being. Practice listening, not to reply, but to comprehend. Seek to understand, even if you don't agree. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart ready to build bridges of understanding, transforming division into connection and conflict into harmony, one thread at a time. Story 9. The monk's simple meal, true contentment. In a bustling city, where the pursuit of wealth dominated, lived Kenshin, a highly successful merchant. His warehouses overflowed, his coffers were full, and his influence was vast. Yet, despite his riches, Kenshin was perpetually restless, always wanting more. He believed happiness lay just beyond the next acquisition. But each gain brought only fleeting triumph, quickly replaced by a renewed craving. His mind was a whirlwind of calculations and anxieties, leaving him with little peace. Across the city, in a small, unassuming temple, lived monk Jiro. He possessed nothing but his robes, a begging bowl, and a straw mat. His meals were simple, often just rice and vegetables. Yet, monk Jiro radiated a profound sense of peace and contentment, his smile genuine, his eyes clear, his movements unhurried. Kenshin, intrigued by the monk's serenity, decided to visit. He arrived in his finest robes, accompanied by servants, and found monk Jiro preparing his simple meal, a bowl of plain rice and pickled radishes. Monk Jiro, Kenshin began, "I am Kenshin, a wealthy merchant. I have everything, yet I find no lasting peace. My mind is always troubled, always seeking. People say you, who possess nothing, are truly content. How can this be? What is your secret?" Monk Jiro looked up, his eyes twinkling. "Welcome, Kenshin-san. Please, join me for this meal." He gestured to the empty space beside him. Kenshin, surprised, sat down. Monk Jiro offered him a portion of his meal. Kenshin hesitated, accustomed to banquets, but took the bowl. Monk Jiro then picked up his own bowl. He held it, closed his eyes, and took a deep, mindful breath. Then, he slowly brought a spoonful of rice to his lips, chewing deliberately, savoring each grain with profound satisfaction, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy. He ate slowly, mindfully, completely absorbed in the act. Kenshin watched, then reluctantly took a bite of his own rice. It was plain, almost tasteless to him. He quickly swallowed, his mind already drifting to his next business deal. "Tell me, Kenshin-san," monk Jiro said, observing him. "Did you truly taste the rice?" Kenshin shrugged. "It was ... rice. Plain, nothing special." "Ah," monk Jiro replied, "and therein lies the difference. You seek happiness in the quantity and complexity of what you consume, while I seek it in the quality of my attention, in the depth of my presence. This rice, to me, is a miracle. It is the sun, the rain, the earth, the farmer's labor, the cook's care. It sustains my body, allowing me to breathe, to think, to be present. When I eat, I am fully present with the act of eating. There is no past regret, no future craving, no comparison. There is only this rice, now, and the profound gratitude for its existence. Your problem," Kenshin's and monk Jiro continued gently, "is not that you lack things, but that you lack presence. You are always chasing the next thing, believing it will bring you lasting happiness. But true happiness is not found in accumulation. It is found in appreciation. It is not found in the external world, but in the internal state of your mind. No matter how much you acquire, if your mind is constantly seeking, comparing, craving, you will always feel empty. It is like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in the bottom. Kenshin listened, his usual defenses softening. He realized the monk was right. He had never truly tasted his elaborate meals, always rushing, always thinking of the next thing. He had never truly enjoyed his vast wealth, always fearing loss, always wanting more. The secret to contentment, Monk Jiro concluded, is not to have more, but to desire less. It is not to find happiness outside yourself, but to cultivate it within. It is to find joy in the simple, the ordinary, the present moment. When your mind is at peace, a simple bowl of rice can be a feast. When your mind is restless, even a king's banquet will leave you hungry. Kenshin stayed with Monk Jiro for the rest of the day, observing his simple life. He saw the monk find joy in sweeping the courtyard, in tending a small plant, in quiet meditation. He realized that Jiro's contentment was not a result of his poverty, but of his mindful presence and detachment from endless craving. Kenshin returned to his mansion a changed man. He did not abandon his business, but his approach transformed. He began to eat his meals mindfully, savoring each bite. He started to appreciate the wealth he already possessed, rather than constantly striving for more. He found that by desiring less, by being present with what he had, the restless emptiness in his heart began to subside, replaced by a quiet, profound sense of contentment. He learned that the greatest treasure was not in his coffers, but in the stillness of his own mind. Philosophical commentary, the story of Kenshin and Monk Jiro, directly addresses the Buddhist teaching on the nature of desire, tanha, and its role. In suffering, the Buddha identified craving as a primary cause of dukkha suffering, dissatisfaction. We are constantly driven by desires for pleasant sensations, for existence and for non-existence. Kenshin embodies this endless craving, no matter how much he acquires. He remains perpetually dissatisfied because his happiness is contingent on external accumulation. Monk Jiro exemplifies the Buddhist path to contentment through mindful presence and detachment from craving. His secret is not poverty, but the cultivation of a mind that finds satisfaction in what is, rather than what is lacking. This aligns with the concept of enoughness, recognizing that true wealth is not about having more, but about appreciating what one already possesses. True happiness, from a Buddhist perspective, is an internal state, independent of external circumstances. It arises from a mind free from the incessant pull of craving and aversion. By bringing full, mindful attention to simple acts like eating, we can transform mundane experiences into moments of profound appreciation and contentment. This practice of finding joy in the ordinary is a powerful antidote to the endless pursuit of external gratification, leading to a deeper, more sustainable sense of well-being. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the endless pursuit of external happiness and the hedonic treadmill are well documented. The hedonic treadmill describes our tendency to return to a stable level of happiness despite major events. We adapt quickly to new possessions, and the initial joy fades, leading us to seek the next thing. This constant striving contributes to chronic dissatisfaction, always feeling something is missing. Consumerism and materialism, believing more possessions bring lasting happiness, often resulting in debt and emptiness. Comparison, culture, constant comparison fueled by social media, leading to inadequacy and envy, burnout and stress. Relentless pursuit of external goals, driven by desire, leading to exhaustion and mental health issues. The Zen teaching of the monk's simple meal offers powerful psychological insights. Mindful consumption. Applying mindfulness to daily activities breaks the cycle of unconscious craving and increases appreciation. Gratitude. Practice. Actively cultivating gratitude shifts focus from what we lack to what we possess, fostering contentment, minimalism, and simplicity. Consciously reducing material possessions frees up mental and emotional space. Internal locus of control for happiness. Recognizing true happiness comes from within, from our mindset and present moment relationship, not external achievements. By embracing enoughness and cultivating mindful presence, individuals can step off the hedonic treadmill, reduce stress, and find a more authentic path to contentment. True treasure is in the richness of our present experience. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, health is the greatest gift, contentment the greatest wealth, faithfulness the best relationship. Contentment, the greatest wealth, is always within reach. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider one thing you consumed today. A meal, a drink, a moment of beauty. Did you truly taste it? Did you fully experience it? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, allow yourself to feel deep gratitude for what you already have, for the simple blessings. Release the urge to constantly seek more, and instead, find peace in the abundance of the present moment. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart filled with contentment, knowing that true wealth resides not in your possessions, but in the richness of your mindful presence. Story 10. The seed in the rock, finding strength in adversity in a desolate, windswept land where the earth was mostly barren rock, lived a small community that struggled perpetually to survive. Life was a constant battle against harsh elements, scarcity, and the ever-present threat of despair. Their fields yielded little, their wells often ran dry, and the relentless winds seemed to whisper tales of futility. Many among them succumbed to bitterness, their spirits as hardened as the very ground they walked upon. They saw only obstacles, only suffering, and felt themselves to be victims of an unforgiving fate. Among this community, however, lived an old woman named Anya. Her face was deeply etched with the lines of hardship, yet her eyes held a remarkable, unwavering light. She was not physically strong, nor did she possess any special powers, but her spirit seemed utterly uncrushable. While others complained about the rocks, she would often be seen gently touching them, a faint smile on her lips. Her neighbors, though respecting her resilience, often wondered at her seemingly irrational optimism in such a bleak existence. One particularly harsh season, a young man named Finn, whose crops had failed for the third time, approached Anya, his shoulders slumped. In defeat. "Anya," he said, his voice raw with despair, "I don't understand you. How can you find peace, let alone hope, in this desolate place? Everything is against us. The earth is barren, the wind is cruel, and our efforts seem to yield nothing but pain. We are cursed. There is no beauty here, only struggle." Anya listened patiently, her gaze fixed on a small, almost imperceptible crack in a massive boulder nearby. "Come, Finn," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Let me show you something." She led him to the boulder. Finn saw nothing but grey, unyielding stone. "What is it, Anya?" he asked, his patience thin. Anya pointed to the tiny fissure. "Look closer." "Finn, do you see it?" Finn squinted. And then he saw it, a tiny, almost microscopic green shoot, barely visible, pushing its way out of the seemingly impenetrable rock. It was a single, fragile sprout, yet it held an undeniable tenacity. "It's a seed," Finn murmured, astonished. How can anything grow here, in this rock?" "Indeed," Anya replied, her eyes shining. "This tiny seed did not choose where it landed. It did not complain about the hardness of the rock, or the lack of soil, or the relentless wind. It simply accepted its circumstances. And then, with an unwavering will, it began to push. It found the smallest crack, and it poured all its life force into that single, determined act of growth. It did not wait for perfect conditions. It created its own conditions from within. This seed," Finn, Anya continued, "is a powerful teacher. It shows us that strength is not always about brute force, or about having everything handed to you. True strength often lies in resilience, in the unwavering will to grow, even in the most adverse conditions. It is about finding the smallest crack of opportunity in the face of immense difficulty and pouring all your energy into that opening." "You see only the rock," Finn, Anya said, gesturing to the barren landscape. "You see only the struggle, the pain, the lack, and yes, those things are real. But if you look closer, if you look with different eyes, you will also see the unwavering spirit of life pushing through. You will see the beauty of resilience. You will see the strength that is forged in adversity. Your suffering," Finn, Anya concluded, "comes not just from the harshness of the land, but from your resistance to it, and your belief that you are a victim. The seed does not complain about the rock. It uses the rock to anchor itself, to find its purchase. It transforms the obstacle into a foundation for growth. The beauty is not absent. It is simply hidden, waiting for eyes that are willing to see it, and a heart that is willing to cultivate it." Finn knelt beside the boulder, gazing at the tiny sprout. He felt a profound shift within him. He had been so consumed by his losses, so focused on what was missing, that he had failed to see the quiet miracles of endurance all around him. He realized that his despair was not just a result of his circumstances, but of his perspective. He had been looking for beauty in abundance, when true beauty and true strength could be found in the very act of overcoming scarcity. From that day forward, Finn's approach to his life began to transform. He still faced hardships, but his spirit was no longer defeated. He began to look for the cracks, the small opportunities, the hidden strengths, the unexpected moments of grace, even in the most challenging situations. He learned to cultivate his own inner resilience, drawing strength from within, just like the tiny seed in the rock. He found that by accepting the adversity and by focusing his energy on growth rather than complaint, the barren land around him seemed to yield more, and his own heart, once hardened by despair, began to bloom with a quiet, enduring hope. He understood that the greatest beauty was not in the absence of struggle, but in the unwavering spirit that chose to grow despite it. Philosophical commentary. The story of the seed in the rock powerfully illustrates the Buddhist teaching on suffering, dukkha, and the path to liberation through acceptance and resilience. While suffering is an inherent part of existence, our reaction to suffering, particularly our resistance and our tendency to identify as victims, often intensifies it. The seed, by simply accepting its harsh conditions and focusing its energy on growth, embodies a profound wisdom. This aligns with the concept of post-traumatic growth in modern psychology, but its roots are deeply embedded in Buddhist principles. The path is not to avoid adversity, but to learn how to navigate it with wisdom and compassion. The rock represents the unchangeable circumstances of life, the things we cannot control, The seed represents our inner capacity for resilience, our inherent life force, and our ability to choose our response. The Buddha taught that life is suffering, but also that suffering can be a path to awakening. When we are faced with adversity, it can either crush us or become a catalyst for profound inner strength and transformation. By cultivating an attitude of acceptance, not resignation towards what is, and directing our energy towards growth and skillful action, we can find beauty, meaning, and even gratitude in the midst of pain. This perspective shifts us from a victim mentality to one of empowered resilience, recognizing that our greatest strengths are often forged in the fires of adversity. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the concept of resilience is paramount, especially in the face of trauma, chronic stress, and life's inevitable setbacks. The seed in the rock directly addresses the psychological phenomena of victim mentality, a tendency to perceive oneself as a victim of external circumstances, leading to helplessness, passivity, and a lack of agency. Learned helplessness, a state that occurs after a person has experienced a stressful situation repeatedly, leading them to believe they have no control over their situation. Negative bias, the human tendency to focus more on negative experiences and outcomes than positive ones, which can perpetuate despair in challenging environments. Lack of grit, perseverance, the inability to sustain effort and interest over long periods. Despite failure and adversity, the Zen teaching offers powerful psychological tools and practices to cultivate resilience, acceptance, and commitment therapy. ACT encourages individuals to accept difficult thoughts and feelings rather than fighting them, and to commit to actions aligned with their values, even in the presence of discomfort. This mirrors the seed's acceptance of the rock. Mindfulness. By cultivating present moment awareness, individuals can observe their suffering without being overwhelmed by it, creating a space for a more skillful response. Cognitive restructuring. Challenging negative thought patterns, for example, everything is against me, and reframing adversity as an opportunity for growth and learning. Dramatic growth, PTG, the positive psychological change experienced as a result of struggling with highly challenging life circumstances. This includes a greater appreciation for life, stronger relationships, increased personal strength, and a deeper spiritual life. The seed's growth in the rock is a perfect metaphor for PTG. Gratitude practice, shifting focus to what is present and possible, even in difficult times, can foster a more positive outlook and build emotional reserves. By embracing the wisdom of the seed in the rock, individuals can transform their relationship with adversity. Instead of being crushed by challenges, they can learn to use them as a foundation for growth, cultivating inner strength, finding meaning in struggle, and ultimately discovering a profound and enduring sense of hope and resilience. It is about recognizing that our capacity to grow is often revealed most powerfully when conditions are at their harshest. Conclusion: Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider a rock in your life, a challenge, a difficulty, a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, or a situation that feels barren. Have you been seeing it only as a source of pain or as an opportunity for growth? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine yourself as the tiny seed. Find the smallest crack of opportunity within your circumstances, the slightest glimmer of strength within you. Pour your life force, your intention, your unwavering will into that opening. Trust in your inherent capacity to grow, to adapt, to find your way, even in the harshest conditions. Remember that even a tiny sprout can eventually split a mighty stone. Story 11. The Unfurling Scroll, releasing old grievances. In a village by a winding river lived Kenji, a respected craftsman. Beneath his calm exterior, he carried a heavy burden, old grievances, slights, and perceived injustices meticulously stored in his mind. Each memory, replayed and reanalyzed, fueled a quiet resentment. He believed holding on to them protected him, but they were thorns in his heart, making him wary and unable to fully embrace joy or trust. He often visited Master Sato, an old Zen master known for helping people shed burdens. "Master," Kenji confessed, his voice tinged with bitterness, "I cannot find true peace. My mind constantly replays past wrongs. How can I forgive when memories are so vivid? How can I move forward when reminded of what others have done to me?" Master Sato listened, his gaze fixed on the river. "Kenji," he said, "your mind is like a precious scroll, but instead of poems, you filled it with grievances, and you keep it tightly rolled, so each time you unroll it, you see only the same old hurts." He picked up an old, tightly rolled scroll. "Imagine this scroll is your mind, filled with grievances. You keep it tightly bound, revisiting its contents. Does this bring you peace?" "No, Master," Kenji admitted. "It brings anger, sadness, and injustice." "Indeed," Master Sato affirmed. "The anger, the sadness, they are not harming those who wronged you. They are harming only you in this very moment. You are drinking the poison, expecting the other person to die." "But how do I let go?" Kenji asked, desperate. "How do I unroll the scroll without being overwhelmed? How do I erase what has been?" "Written," Master Sato gently took the scroll. "You do not erase what has been written, Kenji. You cannot change the past. But you can change your relationship to it. You can change how you hold the scroll and how you choose to unfurl it." He began to slowly unfurl the scroll. When you hold a grievance tightly, it is like holding a burning coal. The longer you hold it, the more it burns your own hand. To release it is not to condone the act, but to free yourself from the burning. The first step is to acknowledge the grievance, a memory, a past event, not to deny it, but not to let it define your present. Then unfurl it with understanding. Understand that the person who wronged you was likely suffering themselves, acting from their own ignorance or pain. This doesn't excuse their actions, but helps you see them with less personal attachment. As he continued to unfurl, he spoke of compassion. "Compassion is not just for others, Kenji. It is also for yourself. Have compassion for the part of you that was hurt. Acknowledge that pain, but do not dwell in it. See it as a wound that needs healing, not a battle to be He laid the scroll flat. It was still there, the old writings. But now it was open, exposed, no longer tightly bound. When the scroll is fully unfurled, Kenji, it is no longer a burden. It is simply a part of your story. You can look at it, acknowledge it, and then choose to lay it aside. You don't have to carry it tightly rolled in your heart anymore. Forgiveness, Master Sato concluded, is not about forgetting nor excusing the other. It is about releasing yourself from the prison of resentment. It is about choosing to no longer be harmed by the past. It is about unfurling the scroll, seeing its contents, and then choosing to lay it down, freeing your hands and your heart for the present moment. Kenji sat in silence, gazing at the unfurled scroll. He began to see his grievances not as justifications for anger, but as burdens he had needlessly carried. He realized his constant replaying of past wrongs was not protecting him, but imprisoning him. True strength lay not in holding on to bitterness, but in the courage to release it. From that day forward, Kenji practiced. When an old grievance arose, he visualized it as a tightly rolled scroll. He would gently unfurl it, acknowledging the memory without clinging to the anger or pain. He practiced seeing others with compassion and himself with self-compassion. As he unfurled these scrolls, they lost their power. His heart, once pricked by thorns, began to heal, and peace, light, and freedom filled the space where resentment once resided. He was no longer a prisoner of his past, but a free man, living fully in the present. Philosophical commentary. The unfurling scroll parable illustrates the Buddhist teaching on anger, resentment, and forgiveness. Holding on to these is a primary defilement that binds us to suffering. The analogy of drinking poison, expecting the other person to die, captures the self-destructive nature of clinging to grievances. The past cannot be changed, but our relationship to it can. Forgiveness, from a Buddhist perspective, is an act of self-liberation. It means releasing the emotional charge, bitterness, and desire for retribution that keeps us chained to the past. It's a conscious choice to stop suffering from what someone else did. This involves acknowledging the pain, fully recognizing the hurt or injustice, understanding the nature of suffering, recognizing that the harm doer likely acted from their own ignorance or pain, which helps depersonalize the offense. Cultivating compassion, extending compassion to the one who caused harm and, crucially, to oneself. Releasing attachment, letting go of the attachment to the story of being wronged, the desire for revenge, or the need for the other person to change. By unfurling the scroll, we bring the grievance into awareness, observe it without judgment, and consciously choose to lay it down. This frees up immense mental and emotional energy, allowing us to live more fully in the present, cultivate inner peace, and open our hearts to genuine connection. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, chronic anger, resentment, and unforgiveness are linked to negative mental and physical health outcomes, increased stress and anxiety. Chronic anger keeps the body in fight or flight, leading to elevated stress hormones and anxiety. Depression, resentment can lead to rumination, bitterness, and unhappiness. Physical health problems linked to higher risks of heart disease, high blood pressure, and weakened immune function. Impaired relationships, unresolved grievances, create barriers to intimacy and trust. Reduced well-being, constant replaying of past wrongs drains energy and prevents joy. The Zen teaching offers a powerful therapeutic framework, aligning with practices in cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, challenges maladaptive thought patterns associated with anger and resentment. Mindfulness-based interventions teaches observation of emotions without judgment. Forgiveness therapy helps process past hurts and move towards forgiveness, emphasizing benefits for the FORGIVER, self-compassion, encourages kindness and understanding towards oneself. By adopting the practice of unfurling the scroll, individuals can engage in emotional liberation, breaking free from resentment, healing old wounds, and cultivating a more peaceful, resilient, and compassionate inner landscape, enabling them to live more fully in the present. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. Forgiveness is a profound gift to yourself. Tonight, reflect on any old grievances, any tightly rolled scrolls your mind, is there a past wrong that still pricks you? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine gently unfurling that scroll. Acknowledge the memory, the pain, the injustice. Then, consciously choose to lay it down. Release the burning coal. You are not condoning the past, but freeing your present. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart unburdened by old grievances, open to the healing power of forgiveness, and ready to embrace the lightness of being. Story 12. The Whispering Wind of Fear, Befriending Anxiety. In a village nestled at the edge of a vast ancient forest, lived a young woman named Lena. Lena was kind-hearted and diligent, but she was constantly plagued by a pervasive sense of fear and anxiety. It wasn't the fear of a specific danger, but a general unease, a constant what-if that whispered in her mind like the wind rustling through the leaves. She worried about her crops failing, about her loved ones falling ill, about unforeseen disasters, about what others thought of her. This whispering wind of fear often grew into a howling gale, paralyzing her with dread and preventing her from fully engaging with life. She tried to fight it, to push it away, to ignore it, but the harder she fought, the stronger it seemed to become. She sought guidance from the village elder, an old woman named Anya, who lived in a small, quiet hut deep within the forest. Anya was known for her serene demeanor, her eyes reflecting the calm wisdom of the ancient trees. Anya, Lena confessed, her voice trembling, I am tormented by fear. It whispers to me constantly, telling me of all the terrible things that might happen. I try to silence it, but it only grows louder. How can I find peace when this fear consumes me? Anya listened patiently, her gaze fixed on the forest canopy, where the wind was indeed beginning to stir the leaves. Lena, she said, her voice as gentle as a breeze, you speak of the wind. Do you fight the wind when it blows? Lena looked puzzled. No, Anya. How can one fight the wind? It is simply there. And when the wind whispers through the trees, do you condemn it for its sound? Do you try to stop the leaves from rustling? No, Lena replied. It is just the way of the wind. Sometimes it is soft, sometimes it is strong. It is part of nature. Precisely, Anya affirmed. Your fear, Lena, is much like the wind. It is a natural phenomenon. It arises, it blows, and then it passes. But you, my dear, you were trying to fight the wind. You were trying to silence the rustling leaves. And the more you fight, the more agitated you become, and the stronger the wind seems to blow. But it feels so real, Anya. The dangers it warns me of feel so imminent, Lena protested. The wind can carry many things, Lena, Anya explained. It can carry the scent of rain, the song of a bird, or the dust from a distant road. Your fear, too, carries many messages. Sometimes it warns you of a true danger, like the scent of smoke. But often it carries only the dust of your own thoughts, the echoes of past worries, or the shadows of imagined futures. You mistake the dust for the fire. The practice, Anya continued, is not to fight the wind, but to learn to listen to it and to let it pass. When the whispering wind of fear arises, acknowledge its presence. Say to yourself, the wind of fear is blowing. Do not judge it. Do not condemn it. Do not try to push it away. Simply observe it, as you would observe the wind rustling the leaves. Notice the sensations in your body, the thoughts in your mind, but do not become the wind. Do not let it sweep you away. If the wind carries a true warning, like the scent of smoke, then you can respond skillfully. But if it carries only dust, then you can simply allow it to blow through you. without grasping it, without letting it paralyze you. You are not the wind, Lena. You are the ancient tree, rooted deeply in the earth, capable of swaying with the wind without being uprooted. Lena sat in silence, listening to the actual wind rustling through the trees. She had always fought her. Fear, seen it as an enemy to be vanquished. The idea of befriending it, of simply allowing it to be, was revolutionary. She realized that her suffering came not from the fear itself, but from her desperate struggle against it. The wind will always blow, Lena, Anya concluded. Life is full of uncertainties. But you can learn to dance with the wind rather than being knocked over by it. You can learn to be the calm center, even when the storm rages around you. From that day forward, Lena began to practice. When the familiar whispers of fear arose, she would pause. She would acknowledge the fear, sometimes even saying aloud, "Hello, fear, I see you." She would notice the sensations in her body, the racing heart, the tight stomach, without judgment. She would allow the thoughts to pass through her mind like clouds, without clinging to them. She found that by not fighting the fear, its intensity would often lessen. It still came, but it no longer consumed her. She was learning to be the ancient tree, rooted deeply, swaying with the wind, but never breaking. She found a quiet strength in her ability to be present with her fear, rather than being controlled by it, and a profound peace emerged from this. Newfound acceptance, philosophical commentary, the whispering wind of fear. Parable is a powerful illustration of the Buddhist approach to difficult emotions, particularly anxiety. In Buddhist philosophy, emotions are seen as transient phenomena, like clouds passing through the sky or wind blowing through trees. They arise, abide for a time, and then pass away. Suffering arises when we cling to pleasant emotions or resist unpleasant ones. Fear, like all emotions, is a natural part of the human experience. It serves a purpose, signaling potential threats. However, when fear becomes pervasive, generalized, and disproportionate to actual danger, it becomes anxiety, a source of immense suffering. The core of the Buddhist teaching here is not to suppress or eliminate fear, but to change our relationship to it. This involves mindful awareness, acknowledging the presence of fear without judgment, observing its physical sensations, thoughts, and impulses without identifying with them. Identification, recognizing that I am not my fear. Fear is something that arises in me, not something that is me. This creates a crucial space between the emotion and the self, acceptance, allowing the fear to be present rather than fighting it. Resistance often amplifies the emotion, non-attachment, not clinging to the narrative of fear, or letting it define one's reality. By practicing these principles, we learn to befriend our fear. We can listen to its messages if any are useful, and then allow it to pass, much like the wind. This transforms fear from a paralyzing enemy into a transient sensation that can be observed and navigated, leading to greater inner freedom and equanimity. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, anxiety disorders are among the most prevalent mental health conditions. The whispering wind of fear aligns closely with key therapeutic approaches for anxiety, particularly acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, and mindfulness-based interventions. Avoidance behaviors. Many people try to avoid or suppress anxiety, which paradoxically often strengthens it. The story challenges this by advocating for avoidance. Cognitive fusion, the tendency to fuse with our thoughts, believing them to be absolute truths. Lena's mistake was believing the dust of her Thoughts was fire. Mindfulness helps to diffuse from anxious thoughts, panic attacks, often characterized by a fear of fear itself, where the physical sensations of anxiety trigger more anxiety. Learning to observe these sensations without judgment can break this cycle. Generalized anxiety disorder (GAD), characterized by persistent, excessive worry about everyday things. The whispering wind perfectly captures this pervasive, non-specific fear. The Zen teaching offers powerful psychological tools. Exposure therapy, internal, mindfully exposing oneself to feared thoughts and sensations without reacting or avoiding. Allowing habituation to occur. Mindfulness, S-based stress reduction, MBSR, teaches techniques to observe thoughts and emotions without judgment, reducing their power, self-compassion, treating oneself with kindness and understanding when experiencing anxiety, rather than self-criticism, which can exacerbate fear. Values-based living, ACT encourages individuals to identify their core values and commit to actions aligned with them, even in the presence of anxiety, thus preventing fear from dictating life choices. By learning to relate to anxiety as a natural, transient phenomenon, rather than an enemy to be fought, individuals can significantly reduce its debilitating effects. This allows them to reclaim their lives from the grip of fear, fostering greater resilience, peace, and the ability to live fully despite life's inherent uncertainties. Conclusion: the Buddha taught, the mind is everything. What you think, you become. If you think of fear as an enemy, it will remain so. If you learn to befriend it, its power diminishes. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider any whispering winds of fear in your mind. What worries are trying to sweep you away? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, acknowledge the fear. Say, "Hello, fear, I see you." Notice its presence without judgment. Allow it to blow through you like the wind through the trees. Remember, you are the ancient tree, rooted deeply, capable of swaying without breaking. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart that knows how to dance with the winds of fear, finding calm and strength even in their presence. Story 13. The bottomless well, understanding, insatiable desire, greed in a prosperous kingdom. Lived Hiroshi, a wealthy merchant. He possessed immense riches, yet was consumed by an insatiable desire for more. Each new acquisition only fueled a deeper craving. He believed that if he just acquired a little more, he would find true contentment, but enough always remained out of reach. His days were a relentless cycle of acquiring and planning, leaving him perpetually anxious and unfulfilled. He often heard tales of Master Koji, a revered Zen master known for his profound contentment despite his lack of material possessions. 1. Day driven by his gnawing dissatisfaction, Hiroshi visited Master Koji. He found the master tending a humble vegetable patch. "Master Koji," Hiroshi began, "I am a man of great wealth, yet I find no peace. My heart is restless, always wanting more. I believe if I just had a little more land, I would be truly happy. But this feeling of wanting never ceases. What is this? Endless craving, and how can I find true satisfaction?" Master Koji listened, then gestured towards an old, deep well in his garden. "Hiroshi," he said, "imagine this well is your desire. You keep pouring water into it, believing that if you just pour enough, it will finally be full, and you will be satisfied." Hiroshi nodded. "Yes, that is precisely how it feels." Now, Master Koji continued, Imagine that this well has no bottom. No matter how much water you pour into it, it will never be full. The water simply drains away, leaving the well perpetually empty, and you perpetually thirsty. Hiroshi frowned. A bottomless well, but that is futile. One would never achieve satisfaction. Precisely, Master Koji affirmed. And yet, this is how many people live their lives, chasing endless desires. They believe that happiness lies in filling a bottomless well. They accumulate wealth, power, possessions, experiences, always more, always bigger, always better, but the feeling of enough never arrives. The well of desire, when left unchecked, is indeed bottomless. The problem, Hiroshi, Master Koji explained gently, is not in having desires, for desire is a natural part of life. The problem lies in insatiable desire, in the belief that external things can fill an internal void. You are trying to fill a spiritual emptiness with material possessions, but the nature of material things is that they are impermanent, and their ability to bring lasting satisfaction is limited. The joy they bring is fleeting, like a drop of water in a bottomless well. The path to true satisfaction, Master Koji continued, is not to pour more into the bottomless well, but to recognize that it has no bottom. It is to understand that true contentment comes not from filling the well, but from turning your attention away from it. It comes from cultivating an inner spring of peace and gratitude, a spring that is always full, always flowing, independent of external conditions. When you realize the well is bottomless, Master Koji concluded, you stop pouring. You stop chasing, you stop exhausting yourself. You begin to appreciate the water you already have, the simple act of drinking, the coolness on your tongue. You find contentment not in having more, but in being present with what is, and in recognizing the abundance that already exists within and around you. Hiroshi stood in silence, gazing at the old well. He had spent his entire life pouring, always, feeling thirsty. The realization that the well had no bottom, that his endless striving was futile, hit him with profound clarity. He saw how his own insatiable desire had been the source of his anxiety and dissatisfaction, not the lack of possessions. From that day forward, Hiroshi's life began to change. He did not abandon his business, but his approach transformed. He began to give generously, finding joy in sharing his wealth rather than accumulating it. He learned to appreciate the simple things, the taste of his food, the warmth of the sun, the laughter of his family. He found that by turning his attention away from the bottomless well of endless craving and towards the inner spring of gratitude and presence, the restlessness in his heart began to subside. He discovered that true wealth was not measured by the size of his coffers, but by the depth of his contentment, a contentment that finally felt full, because it came from within. Philosophical commentary. The bottomless well parable illustrates the Buddhist teaching on desire tanha and its role in suffering. The Buddha identified craving as a primary cause of dukkha dissatisfaction. Kenshin embodies this endless craving. No matter how much he acquires, he remains perpetually dissatisfied because his happiness is contingent on external accumulation. Monk. Jiro exemplifies the Buddhist path to contentment through mindful presence and detachment from craving. His secret is not poverty, but cultivating a mind that finds satisfaction in what is. This aligns with enoughness, appreciating what one possesses. True happiness, from a Buddhist perspective, is an internal state, independent of external circumstances. It arises from a mind free from the pull of craving and aversion. By bringing mindful attention to simple acts, we transform mundane experiences into profound appreciation. This practice of finding joy in the ordinary is an antidote to endless external pursuit, leading to sustainable well-being. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, insatiable desire and relentless external pursuit are linked to psychological distress and societal problems. Addiction, trying to fill a bottomless well with external stimuli, leading to cycles of temporary pleasure and deeper craving. Consumerism and materialism, belief that happiness can be bought, leading to chronic dissatisfaction and debt. Burnout and stress, constant pressure to achieve more, leading to exhaustion. Envy and comparison, fueled by social media, leading to inadequacy. Existential emptiness. Despite abundance, many feel a lack of meaning, trying to fill an internal void externally. The Zen teaching offers powerful psychological insights. Mindfulness of craving, observing the urge to acquire without immediately acting on it. Values-based living, shifting focus from external acquisition to aligning with core values. Gratitude practices, cultivating appreciation for what one has, increasing well-being. Mindful spending, consumption, conscious choices driven by need, not impulsive craving. By understanding the futility of filling a bottomless well, individuals can redirect energy towards inner resources, finding contentment in the present and engaging in activities that bring genuine meaning. This leads to a more peaceful, balanced, and truly abundant life. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, there is no fire like passion, no shark like hatred, no snare like folly, no torrent like greed. Greed, like a bottomless well, can never be filled from the outside. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider any areas where you feel an insatiable craving. Are you trying to fill a bottomless well? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine turning away from that well. Turn your attention inward to the quiet spring of peace and gratitude within you. Appreciate what you have, what you are, in this moment. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart free from the endless thirst of insatiable desire, filled instead with the quiet abundance of true contentment. Story 14. The Poisoned Arrow. The folly of hatred. San, in a bustling village, where the daily rhythm of life was usually peaceful, a sudden commotion erupted. A man, screaming in agony, stumbled into the marketplace, a poisoned arrow deeply embedded in his leg. Panic spread as the villagers gathered around him, horrified by the sight. The man writhed, his face contorted in pain, the poison already beginning to take its toll. A skilled physician, renowned for his wisdom and healing abilities, happened to be passing through the village. He immediately knelt beside the injured man, preparing to extract the arrow and administer an antidote. However, as he reached for the arrow, the injured man cried out, "Stop! Do not touch it. Before you remove this arrow, I must know several things." The physician paused, surprised. "What is it you wish to know, my friend?" "We must act quickly. The poison spreads. I must know who shot this arrow," the man demanded, his eyes blazing with a mixture of pain and fury. "Was it a man or a woman? What is their name? Where do they live? What was their motive? Was it a personal vendetta or a random act? What kind of bow did they use? What kind of wood was the arrow made from? What type of feather was used for its fletching? What kind of poison is this?" Only when I have all these answers will you be permitted to remove the arrow." The physician looked at the man with deep compassion, but also with a profound sadness. "My friend," he said gently, "if you insist on knowing all these details before I remove the arrow, you will surely die. By the time we find out who shot it, where they live, what their motive was, and the precise type of wood and feather, the poison will have spread throughout your entire body, and no antidote will be able to save you." The man, consumed by his rage and his desperate need for answers, refused to listen. He continued to demand information, his questions growing more frantic as his body weakened. The physician, seeing the futility of arguing, stood up, his heart heavy. The villagers watched in helpless despair as the man, clinging to his hatred and his desire for retribution, succumbed to the poison, dying with his questions unanswered and his rage unfulfilled. The physician then turned to the grieving villagers. "This man," he explained, "was consumed by a poison far more insidious than that on the arrow. He was consumed by the poison of hatred. He allowed his desire for revenge, his need to understand and blame, to override his own survival. He chose to die rather than release his anger and allow himself to be healed." In life, the physician continued, we are often struck by poisoned arrows, insults, betrayals, injustices, misfortunes. These are painful, and it is natural to feel hurt. But if we insist on knowing every detail about the archer, if we cling to our anger, our resentment, our need for blame and retribution, we allow that secondary poison to spread within us. This poison of hatred, of unforgiveness, harms us far more than the original wound. It consumes our peace, distorts our vision, and ultimately destroys our well-being. The path to healing, the physician concluded, is not to ignore the wound, but to address it directly. Remove the arrow, administer the antidote, and then, and only then, if it is still necessary and serves a purpose, can you begin to ask questions about the archer, but never allow the questions or the anger to become more important than your own healing and your own life. The villagers understood. They realized that holding on to hatred was like holding on to a burning coal, expecting the other person to get burned. The man in the story had chosen to let the poison of hatred kill him, rather than letting go and choosing life. Philosophical commentary. The poisoned arrow parable is one of the most famous and direct teachings from the Buddha, found in the Majjhima Nikaya, middle-length discourses. It directly addresses the folly of engaging in speculative, unanswerable questions, metaphysical debates, questions about the origin of the universe, etc., when there is immediate suffering that needs to be addressed. However, its profound wisdom extends beyond mere intellectual curiosity to the destructive nature of hatred, dosa, or devega, one of the three poisons in Buddhist philosophy. The man's insistence on knowing the archer's identity and motive before allowing the arrow to be removed is a powerful metaphor for how we often cling to our anger, resentment, and desire for blame when we are hurt. We believe that by understanding why we were wronged, or by ensuring the wrongdoer suffers, we will find peace or justice. But this clinging to hatred is a secondary poison that harms us far more than the original injury. It consumes our mental and emotional energy, prevents healing, and keeps us trapped in a cycle of suffering. The Buddha's teaching is pragmatic. Address the immediate suffering first. Remove the arrow. This means focusing on our own healing, releasing the emotional charge of the injury, and letting go of the need for retribution. This is not about condoning the harmful act or letting the perpetrator off the hook. It is about recognizing that holding on to hatred is self-destructive. Compassion, even for those who have harmed us, and self-compassion for our own pain, are the antidotes. By releasing hatred, we free ourselves from its corrosive effects and open the path to genuine healing and peace. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the destructive nature of chronic anger, resentment, and the inability to forgive is well documented. These emotions are not only unpleasant, but have significant negative impacts on mental and physical health. Chronic stress response. Holding on to hatred keeps the body in a perpetual state of fight or flight, leading to elevated stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline, which can contribute to high blood pressure, heart disease, weakened immune function, and digestive problems. Rumination, the constant replaying of past wrongs, fueled by anger and resentment, is a form of rumination that contributes to depression, anxiety, and sleep disturbances. Impaired judgment. When consumed by hatred, our perception becomes distorted. We tend to see others through a lens of negativity, making it difficult to engage in constructive problem-solving or maintain healthy relationships. Social isolation. Chronic anger and bitterness can push others away, leading to loneliness and further emotional distress. Cycle of violence. At a societal level, hatred fuels cycles of violence, revenge, and conflict, as seen in the story's demand for retribution. The Zen teaching of the poisoned arrow offers powerful psychological tools, prioritizing self-care, emphasizing that our own well-being and healing must come first, before seeking external justice or retribution. Mindfulness of emotions. Learning to observe anger and resentment as they arise, without immediately acting on them or being consumed by them. This creates a space for choice. Cognitive restructuring. Challenging the belief that holding on to anger is beneficial or necessary. Recognizing that forgiveness is primarily for the forgiver's benefit. Forgiveness as a process. Understanding that forgiveness is not a single event, but a process of releasing the emotional burden, which may involve acknowledging pain, developing empathy, and letting go of the need for revenge. By applying the wisdom of the poisoned arrow, individuals can learn to identify and remove the secondary poison of hatred, allowing their wounds to heal and reclaiming their inner peace. It is a radical act of self-preservation and liberation. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal rule. The poison of hatred harms the one who holds it most. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider any poisoned arrows you might be carrying. Is there a past hurt that still fuels anger or resentment within you? Are you demanding answers or retribution before allowing yourself to heal? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine gently removing that arrow. Release the need to know every detail about the archer. Focus on your own healing. Understand that by letting go of the hatred, you are not condoning the act, but choosing life, choosing peace, choosing your own well-being. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart free from the corrosive poison of hatred, ready to embrace the healing power of compassion and forgiveness. Story 15. The Fogged Lens. Clearing the mind of delusion. C. In a bustling city, where information flowed relentlessly, lived a young scholar named Hiroki. Hiroki prided himself on his intellect and his unwavering opinions. He consumed vast knowledge, debated fiercely, and quickly dismissed any viewpoint not aligning with his own. He believed he saw the world with perfect clarity, yet often found himself embroiled in arguments. frustrated by others' perceived ignorance and isolated by his convictions. He couldn't understand why others failed to see the truth as clearly as he did. He sought out Master Kenji, a revered Zen master known for his profound insight. "Master," Hiroki began, "I seek truth. I study diligently, analyze deeply, and form conclusions with care. Yet I'm frustrated. Others can't grasp the truth, clinging to flawed perspectives. How can I make them see what's clear to me? How can I truly understand the world?" Master Kenji listened patiently. He then picked up an old camera with a large, intricate lens. "Hiroki," he said, "you are like a photographer, eager to capture the world in its true form. But tell me, what happens if the lens of your camera is fogged?" Hiroki pondered. "If the lens is fogged, Master, the image will be blurry, distorted, unclear. No matter how beautiful, the scene, the picture will be flawed." "Precisely, Master," Kenji affirmed. He breathed gently onto the lens, creating a thin film of condensation. "Now, this fog on the lens, does it change the world outside?" "No," Master Hiroki replied. "The world remains the same. Only my perception of it is affected." "And yet," Master Kenji continued, "if you believe the blurriness is in the world itself, rather than in your lens, what will you do?" "I would try to adjust settings, blame the light, or condemn the scene," Hiroki admitted. "I'd struggle, never realizing the problem was my own lens." "Indeed," Master Kenji said, then gently wiped the lens clean with a soft cloth. It sparkled, perfectly clear. "Your mind, Hiroki, is like this camera lens. It is your instrument for perceiving the world. But often, this lens becomes fogged by delusion, moha, or avidya, by our preconceived notions, our biases, our attachments to opinions, and our limited perspectives. When the lens of your mind is fogged, no matter how much information you consume, your perception of reality will be blurry, distorted, and incomplete." "You believe you see the truth clearly," Master Kenji explained, "but you are often seeing only the fog on your own lens. You are trying to make others see your blurry image, convinced it is the true picture. And when they see something different, you blame them rather than examining your own lens. The path to true understanding," Master Kenji continued, "is not to gather more information or to argue more fiercely. It is to first clear the lens of your own mind. This means cultivating self-awareness, recognizing your own biases, acknowledging the limits of your perspective, and being willing to question your most cherished beliefs. It means understanding that your truth is often just one facet of a much larger, more complex reality. When the lens of your mind is clear," Master Kenji concluded, "you will not need to force others to see your truth. You will simply see clearly, and in that clarity, you will find a deeper understanding, not just of the world, but of yourself and others. You will realize that the world is not inherently blurry. It is often our own fogged lens that prevents us from seeing its true nature." Hiroki sat in silence, gazing at the now sparkling lens. He had spent his life accumulating knowledge, but rarely examined the instrument through which he perceived it. He realized his intellectual certainty had often been a form of blindness, and his frustration with others, a reflection of his own unexamined delusions. From that day forward, Hiroki's pursuit of truth transformed. He still studied, but also practiced self-reflection. When strongly attached to an opinion or frustrated by another's viewpoint, he'd pause and ask, "Is my lens fogged?" He learned to listen more, question his assumptions, and approach differing perspectives with curiosity. He found that as he cleared the fog, the world became richer, more nuanced, and interconnected. True wisdom lay not in having all the answers, but in the clarity of perception that allowed him to see the world in all its complex beauty. Philosophical commentary. The fogged lens parable addresses delusion, moha, or avidya, the root of suffering, and one of the three poisons. Delusion is a fundamental misunderstanding of reality, preventing us from seeing things as they truly are. Our fogged lens represents cognitive biases, preconceived notions, and limited perspectives. These filters distort reality, leading to conflict and isolation. Overcoming delusion involves self-awareness, recognizing our biases and filters, mindful observation, paying attention to how our mind constructs reality, inquiry and questioning, critically examining cherished beliefs, openness to new information, approaching differing viewpoints with curiosity, humility, acknowledging limits of our knowledge. Clearing the fogged lens leads to wisdom, prajna, allowing skillful responses, reduced conflict, and deeper understanding. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, delusion aligns with cognitive biases that hinder clear thinking, confirmation bias, seeking information that confirms existing beliefs, Dunning-Kruger effect, overestimating one's abilities, leading to arrogance, group, and polarization, conformity leading to rigid, extreme positions, lack of empathy, inability to understand others' feelings, due to rigid adherence to one's own view, cognitive rigidity, inability to adapt thinking to new information. The Zen teaching offers powerful tools. Metacognition, thinking about one's own thinking and biases. Critical thinking, questioning assumptions and evaluating evidence. Perspective taking, understanding situations from others' viewpoints. Intellectual humility, recognizing limits of knowledge, and being open to being wrong. Mindfulness, observing thoughts as transient mental events, not absolute truths. Clearing the fogged lens reduces arrogance, fosters understanding, and cultivates harmonious relationships. It moves us from intellectual certainty to open, curious, and clear perception. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, the mind is everything. What you think you become. If your mind's lens is fogged, your world will appear blurry. Tonight, reflect on strong opinions or certainties you hold. Are you frustrated by others' inability to see your truth? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine your mind as a camera lens. Acknowledge any fog of bias or limited perspective. Then, with a soft, mindful touch, imagine wiping it clean. Be willing to question your own lens. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a mind as clear and sharp as a perfectly polished lens, ready to see the world in all its complex, nuanced, and beautiful reality. Story 16. The unspoken chord healing communication in relationships. In a vibrant city known for its rich musical traditions, lived a renowned musician named Haruki. Haruki was a master of the koto, a traditional stringed instrument capable of producing melodies of breathtaking beauty and complexity. He could play the most intricate pieces with flawless precision, his fingers dancing across the strings with effortless grace. Yet, despite his technical brilliance, his personal relationships, particularly with his wife, Hannah, and his closest friends, often felt discordant, filled with unspoken tensions and unresolved misunderstandings. He found himself frequently frustrated, believing he was always clear in his intentions, yet others seemed to misinterpret him, or simply not understand. His wife, Hannah, a gifted painter, often felt unheard. Haruki would explain his thoughts and feelings in great detail, believing he was communicating perfectly. But Hannah would often respond with a quiet sigh or a distant look, leaving Haruki feeling confused and resentful. "I tell her everything," he would lament to himself, "but she never truly hears me. Or perhaps she simply doesn't care." He believed that communication was about expressing himself fully, about laying out all his notes perfectly. One day, Master Kenji, the wise Zen master, visited Haruki's studio. He listened as Haruki played a particularly complex piece, his technique impeccable. "Haruki," Master Kenji said, after the final note faded, "your skill is truly magnificent. Each note is perfectly struck, each melody precise. But tell me, what makes music truly beautiful? Is it only the notes themselves?" Haruki paused. "Yes, Master. The notes, their arrangement, their harmony. And what about the silence between the notes?" Master Kenji asked, his voice soft. "What about the space where no sound is made?" Haruki looked puzzled. "The silence, that is merely the absence of sound, Master. The space between the music." "Indeed," Master Kenji affirmed. "But imagine a piece of music where there is no silence, only a continuous, unbroken stream of notes. Would it still be beautiful? Would it still convey emotion? Or would it become a chaotic, overwhelming noise?" Haruki considered this. He realized that the pauses, the rests, the moments of silence were crucial. They allowed the notes to breathe, to resonate, to gain meaning. Without them, the music would lose its form, its rhythm, its very soul. "Your communication, Haruki," Master Kenji continued, "is much like your music. You are a master of the notes of expressing your thoughts, your feelings, your intentions. But you have forgotten the importance of the silence between the notes. You have forgotten the art of listening. When you communicate, you focus only on playing your own notes perfectly. You believe that by speaking more, by explaining more, you are communicating better. But true communication is not just about expressing yourself. It is about creating a space where understanding can arise. And that space is built on listening. Deep, mindful listening. When Hannah sighs or looks distant, Master Kenji explained, she is not necessarily misinterpreting you or not caring. She is often trying to play her own notes, to express her own feelings. But you are so busy playing yours that you do not hear her. You are so focused on your own melody that you miss the unspoken chord, the subtle harmony that can only be found in the silence of truly listening. The practice, Master Kenji concluded, is to learn the art of the unspoken chord. When you speak, speak clearly and with intention, but then create silence. Listen with your whole being. Listen not just to the words, but to the tone, the body language, the emotions beneath the surface. Listen for what is not being said, for the feelings that are struggling to find expression. When you truly listen, you create a space for the other person to be heard, to be understood. And in that space, true harmony can emerge, a harmony far richer than any melody played alone. Haruki sat in silence, the master's words resonating deeply within him. He realized how often he had dominated conversations, how he had assumed his words were enough, how he had failed to create the space for others to truly speak, and for him to truly hear. His relationships were discordant, not because of a lack of notes, but a lack of silence, a lack of listening. From that day forward, Haruki's approach to communication transformed. He still expressed himself clearly, but he learned to pause. He learned to create silence, to listen with his whole being, not just his ears. When Hannah sighed, he would gently ask, "What is that sigh telling me, my love?" He learned to hear the unspoken chords, the subtle nuances of her feelings. He found that as he truly listened, his relationships began to resonate with a new, profound harmony. Misunderstandings lessened, and a deeper connection, a richer melody, began to emerge, built not just on words, but on the sacred space of mutual understanding and heartfelt listening. Philosophical commentary. The unspoken chord parable is a profound teaching on the nature of communication, particularly in the context of relationships, drawing heavily on Zen principles of mindfulness and presence. In Zen, true understanding often arises not from intellectual discourse, but from direct experience and intuitive insight, which requires a mind that is open and receptive. The analogy of music highlights the crucial role of silence and listening. Just as silence gives meaning to sound, listening gives meaning to speaking. When we are solely focused on expressing ourselves, we are essentially performing a monologue, not engaging in a dialogue. This creates a barrier to genuine connection and understanding. The Buddhist concept of right speech emphasizes not just what we say, but how we say it, and crucially, when we say it and when we listen. It encourages us to speak truthfully, kindly, helpfully, and at the right time. But implicit in right speech is the understanding that effective communication also requires right listening, listening with full attention, empathy, and without judgment. True communication is about creating a shared space of understanding. This requires us to step out of our own internal narrative and truly open ourselves to the other person's experience. By cultivating mindful listening, we move beyond superficial exchanges to a deeper level of connection where unspoken emotions and needs can be perceived, and genuine harmony can emerge. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, effective communication is recognized as the cornerstone of healthy relationships, while poor communication is a leading cause of conflict, misunderstanding, and relationship breakdown. The unspoken chord addresses several common psychological pitfalls in communication. Selective listening, hearing only what confirms our existing beliefs or what we want to hear, rather than the full message. Defensiveness, reacting to perceived criticism by shutting down or counterattacking, rather than listening to understand. Mind-reading, assuming we know what the other person is thinking or feeling without asking, leading to misinterpretations. Lack of empathy, inability or unwillingness to understand and share the feelings of another, dominating conversations, focusing solely on expressing oneself without creating space for the other person to speak or be heard. The Zen teaching offers powerful psychological tools and strategies for improving communication. Active listening, a core communication skill involving giving full attention, reflecting back what is heard, and asking clarifying questions. This directly addresses Haruki's lack of silence. Empathic listening, going beyond just understanding words to understanding the emotions and underlying needs of the speaker. This helps to hear the unspoken chord. Mindfulness in communication, bringing present moment awareness to conversations, noticing one's own internal reactions, thoughts, judgments, and choosing to remain open and receptive. Non-verbal communication awareness, paying attention to body language, tone of voice, and facial expressions, which often convey more than words. Creating safe space, learning to create an environment where others feel safe to express themselves without fear of judgment or interruption. By integrating the wisdom of the unspoken chord, individuals can transform their communication patterns from monologues to genuine dialogues. This leads to deeper understanding, stronger emotional bonds, reduced conflict, and more harmonious relationships, allowing the true melody of connection to emerge. Conclusion: the Buddha taught, right speech is that which is truthful, kind, helpful, and timely. To be truly timely, one must also know when to listen. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, reflect on a recent conversation. Did you truly listen? Did you create space for the unspoken chords? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine yourself as a listener, not just a speaker. Cultivate the silence between the notes. Listen not just to the words, but to the heart behind them. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart attuned to the unspoken chords, ready to create deeper harmony in all your relationships. Story 17. The shared roots of the forest healing. Family divisions. The evening air hung heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. A gentle breeze rustling through the ancient trees that guarded the path to the secluded temple. The soft glow of the moon, a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, filtered through the dense canopy, casting long, dancing shadows on the forest floor, where silence reigned, broken only by the distant murmur of a stream. It was a night for quiet contemplation, for the soul to seek solace in the vastness of nature. In a quiet village nestled among these ancient forests lived an elderly woman named Aya. Her face, etched with the wisdom of many seasons, now carried a profound sorrow that seemed to dim the light in her eyes. Her heart was heavy, burdened by the growing chasm between her two sons, Kenji and Hiroshi. Kenji, the elder, was a meticulous craftsman, his hands skilled in shaping wood, his mind precise and methodical. He believed in order, tradition, and the careful planning of every step, seeing life as a structure to be built with discipline. He often criticized Hiroshi, the younger, for his free-spirited nature and impulsive decisions, which Kenji perceived as reckless. Hiroshi, a wandering artist whose spirit soared with the wind, felt stifled by his brother's rigid expectations. He yearned for freedom and self-expression, clashing constantly with Kenji's structured world. Their disagreements, once minor ripples, had grown into a raging torrent, eroding the bonds that once held their family together. The laughter that once filled their home had faded, replaced by unspoken tension and bitter silence. Aya had tried countless times to bridge the gap, but her efforts seemed futile, only pushing them further apart. One twilight evening, the weight of her sorrow becoming unbearable, Aya sought out the wise Zen master who resided in a small hermitage. Deep within the forest, she found him seated in quiet contemplation, his presence radiating a profound peace. She poured out her heart, her voice trembling, detailing the endless arguments, the cold shoulders, and the deep-seated resentment that had poisoned her family's harmony. The master listened patiently, his eyes deep as ancient wells, reflecting the quiet wisdom of the trees, absorbing her pain without judgment. When she finished her story hanging in the still air, he simply rose and, with a gentle gesture, invited her to follow him deeper into the woods. They walked in silence, their footsteps a quiet rhythm on the fallen leaves. The moonlight pierced the canopy, illuminating their path with an ethereal glow. Finally, the master stopped before a grove of towering ancient trees, their trunks thick and scarred, their branches reaching majestically towards the star-dusted sky. They stood like silent sentinels, rooted deeply in the earth. Aya-san, the master began, his voice a soft murmur, like the rustle of leaves. What do you truly see here? Aya looked at the majestic trees, their individual forms distinct and grand. Master, she replied, I see ancient trees. They stand tall and separate, each unique in its grandeur. Yet, together, they form a magnificent forest. The master smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Indeed, we see them standing separately above the ground, their distinct identities apparent. But do you know what truly lies beneath, hidden from our sight? Aya shook her head, her gaze fixed on the dark soil. The master knelt and gently scooped up a handful of damp, rich earth. Beneath this soil, Aya-san, these trees are not separate at all. Their roots, vast and intricate, intertwine and interlace, forming a complex and boundless network. They share nutrients, drawing sustenance from the same earth. They share water, channeling it through their hidden pathways. And they even communicate, sending signals through this hidden web when danger approaches. When one tree is ailing, weakened by drought or illness, the others send nourishment to help it recover. They are a single, interconnected entity, a living community, even though on the surface we perceive them as distinct individuals. He looked at Aya, his gaze filled with profound compassion. Your family, Aya-san, is much like this forest. On the surface, Kenji and Hiroshi may appear vastly different, even opposed. They have their own personalities, their own perspectives, much like these individual tree trunks. But deep beneath, they share a common origin, an invisible network of roots that binds them, the love that birthed them, the blood that flows through their veins, and the shared memories, the joys and sorrows they have experienced together. Despite their conflicts, despite the storms that rage above ground, those roots are always there, silently nourishing and connecting them, holding them together in a way that the eye cannot always see, but the heart can always feel. Aya stood in stunned silence, the master's words resonating deep within her. A profound sense of relief, like a gentle rain after a long drought, washed over her. She had been so focused on the visible differences, the hurtful words, that she had completely forgotten the invisible yet powerful bonds that truly connected them. The master's words were like a cool balm on her wounded heart, offering a perspective that had always been there, waiting to be seen. Philosophical commentary, Zen core. The story of the shared roots of the forest is a profound allegory for the nature of family relationships within Buddhist teachings. While each individual is a distinct entity, we are all part of a larger whole, especially within the family unit. Buddhist philosophy emphasizes the concept of dependent origination, that all phenomena arise in dependence upon other phenomena. In a family, each member is a link in this chain of dependent origination. The Buddha taught, nothing exists independently. Everything is interconnected. Differences are natural. Like the trees in the forest, each tree has its own shape, size, and growth pattern. Yet, they coexist within a single ecosystem, supporting one another. When we focus solely on differences and conflicts, we lose sight of the shared roots, the love, the connection, the values passed down through generations. Recognizing this deep interconnectedness helps us transcend superficial disagreements and find harmony. Modern psychological analysis, modern psychology in modern family psychology. Conflicts often arise from differences in personality, expectations, or communication styles. Concepts like generational trauma suggest that negative patterns of behavior and unresolved emotional wounds can be passed down through generations, creating fissures within the family system. Sibling rivalry or unrealistic parental expectations. are also common causes of family discord. However, psychology also emphasizes the importance of the family system, where each member influences and is influenced by the others. Recognizing that we are part of a larger system and that each person's behavior impacts the others is the first step towards healing. Instead of trying to change others, we can change our own reactions and interactions, thereby positively influencing the entire system. Focusing on shared values, cherished memories, and unconditional love can help mend even the deepest wounds. It's about shifting from a focus on individual blame to understanding the dynamics of the whole. Conclusion, meditation, and sleep reflection. Aya returned home with a newfound perspective, a quiet strength blooming in her heart. She no longer tried to force Kenji and Hiroshi to reconcile in the way she had envisioned, understanding that true harmony could not be imposed. Instead, she began to see them as trees in the forest, different yet deeply connected. She started sharing stories of their childhood, reminding them of the beautiful memories they had created together, gently nurturing their shared roots. She spoke of their ancestors, of the strength of their lineage, weaving a tapestry of shared history. Gradually, Kenji and Hiroshi, too, began to soften their rigid stances, yielding to a deeper understanding. While conflicts might not disappear entirely, they learned to accept each other's differences and cherish the invisible yet powerful bond that united them, finding a new kind of peace in their shared existence. Before you sleep tonight, let the image of the forest and its shared roots settle into your mind. Ask yourself, are you experiencing conflict with a family member or a friend? Can you view that relationship through the lens of shared roots, seeking the deeper connections hidden beneath the surface of disagreement? As you lie down, close your eyes and take 3 deep, calming breaths. Imagine your family or community as a vast, ancient forest. Each person is a unique tree, standing tall and distinct. Observe their individual forms without judgment. Then, visualize deep beneath the earth, the roots of all these trees intertwining, reaching out to connect, sharing and nourishing each other, forming an unbreakable web of life. Feel that profound, invisible connection, the shared humanity that binds us all. Repeat softly to yourself as you drift towards sleep. We are one. We are connected by love and shared roots. I choose to see the deeper connection. May you find peace in the quiet strength of your own unfolding and in the profound interconnectedness of all beings. Story 18. The broken trust and the growing vine, rebuilding after betrayal. The evening air hung heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, a gentle breeze rustling through the ancient trees that guarded the path to the secluded temple. A lone figure, a young woman named Alara, walked slowly, her steps heavy, her heart even heavier. The soft glow of the moon, filtering through the dense canopy, seemed to mock the darkness within her, illuminating only the path ahead, not the turmoil within. Ilara had once been a woman of vibrant spirit, her laughter echoing freely through sunlit meadows, but a recent betrayal had shattered her world into countless fragments. Her closest friend, someone she had trusted implicitly, had deeply wounded her, leaving behind a trail of deceit and broken promises. The pain was a constant companion, a sharp shard lodged in her chest, making it difficult to breathe, to trust, to even hope for a future untainted by sorrow. She felt as though her very foundation had crumbled, leaving her adrift in a vast, cold sea of resentment and sorrow. Seeking solace, a desperate whisper in her soul had drawn her to this ancient temple, known for its wise master, Cato, a man said to possess a profound understanding of the human heart. When Ilara finally reached the temple, the sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of deep violet and fading orange. Master Cato was tending to his garden, his movements slow and deliberate, each touch of the soil a silent prayer. He greeted her with a gentle nod, his eyes deep as ancient wells, holding a depth of compassion that immediately softened the edges of her pain, though she couldn't yet articulate the crushing weight within her. She simply sank onto a weathered stone bench, the coolness of the rock a small comfort against the burning ache in her soul, and the tears, long held back, began to well in her eyes, tracing silent paths down her cheeks. "Master," she finally whispered, her voice raw and fragile, like a dried leaf crumbling in the wind. "My trust has been broken. My heart feels like a shattered vase, its pieces scattered and irreparable. I fear it can never be mended, never hold joy again." How can one ever rebuild after such a profound betrayal when the very ground beneath you has given way? Master Cato listened patiently, his gaze fixed not on Ilara, but on a section of his garden, as if finding answers in the quiet dance of nature. He then pointed to an old, gnarled wooden trellis, half hidden by a vibrant climbing vine that seemed to glow in the fading light. "Look closely at that trellis, Ilara," he said, his voice soft, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, carrying an ancient wisdom. Ilara looked. The trellis was indeed old, its wood weathered by countless seasons of sun and rain, bearing the marks of time. She noticed a distinct crack running through one of its main supports, a clear, undeniable sign of past damage. Yet, around this broken section, the vine continued to grow, its tendrils reaching out with an almost defiant grace, some even wrapping themselves intimately around the repaired parts of the trellis, seemingly holding the structure together with its very life force. "Years ago, Master Cato began, his voice a quiet narrative. A fierce storm, unlike any other, swept through this valley. It raged with such fury that it broke this very trellis. For a time, I thought it was beyond repair, that its purpose was lost forever. The vine, which had relied on it for support, seemed to droop, its vibrant growth stunted, its leaves wilting in despair." He paused, allowing the silence to deepen, punctuated only by the distant call of an owl. Then he continued, "But I did not discard it. I saw not just brokenness, but potential. I carefully mended the broken parts, using strong twine and small wooden splints, binding the fractured pieces together. It was not perfect. The crack remained, a visible scar, a testament to the storm's power. Yet, as time passed, the vine, with its inherent wisdom and unwavering will to live, began to adapt. It did not reject the mended trellis, nor did it cling to the memory of its perfect form. Instead, it grew stronger, its new tendrils weaving themselves around the repaired sections, embracing the imperfections, finding new purchase and new pathways. In fact, the very act of growing around the mended parts seemed to make the vine and the trellis itself even more resilient, more deeply rooted, and more uniquely beautiful than before. Ilara looked from the ancient, scarred trellis to the master, a flicker of understanding, like a distant lantern beginning to glow within her. So, the brokenness, it didn't stop the growth, it didn't mean the end. No, Master Cato affirmed, his eyes holding a profound peace. The brokenness became a part of its story, a testament to its enduring resilience. The vine learned to find new ways to support itself, to draw strength from its own inner wisdom, and in doing so, It strengthened the very structure that once seemed irreparably damaged. Trust, Alara, is much like this trellis. When it breaks, it leaves a wound, a visible crack in the landscape of your heart. But that wound, if tended with care, with patience, and with compassion, can become a place of profound strength and wisdom. Rebuilding trust is not about erasing the crack, for some scars remain as silent teachers. It is about learning to grow around it, to integrate the experience into the tapestry of your life, and to find new ways to support your own growth, your own blossoming, even with the memory of the storm. Philosophical commentary, Zen core, the story of the broken trellis and the growing vine beautifully illustrates the Zen concept of wabi-sabi, finding beauty in imperfection and impermanence. It teaches us that brokenness is not an end, but often a beginning for new forms of strength and understanding. In Buddhist philosophy, suffering is seen not as a punishment, but as an opportunity for growth. Betrayal, while deeply painful, forces us to confront our attachments, our expectations, and our vulnerabilities. The Buddha taught, pain is inevitable, suffering is optional. This means that while the initial pain of betrayal is a natural human response, the prolonged suffering comes from clinging to resentment, anger, and the desire for things to be as they once were. Rebuilding after betrayal is not about forgetting or condoning the act, but about releasing the grip of the past and choosing to cultivate inner peace. It's about recognizing that while the external structure of trust may have been damaged, our internal capacity for resilience and growth remains. Just as the vine adapts and strengthens the trellis, we too can adapt and emerge stronger, wiser, and more compassionate, not despite our wounds, but because of them. Modern psychological analysis, modern psychology from a modern psychological perspective, betrayal triggers a profound sense of loss and grief. It can lead to a range of emotional responses, including anger, sadness, anxiety, and a significant erosion of trust, not just in the betrayer, but in others and even in oneself. This can manifest as trust issues, difficulty forming new relationships, resentment, and even symptoms of PTSD in severe cases. However, psychology also offers pathways to healing. The concept of post-traumatic growth suggests that individuals can experience positive psychological changes following a traumatic event. This involves a reevaluation of priorities, increased appreciation for life, stronger relationships with those who remain trustworthy, and a deeper sense of personal strength. Rebuilding trust, whether with the same person, if possible, and healthy or in future relationships, involves several steps. Acknowledging the pain, processing emotions, setting healthy boundaries, and gradually taking small, calculated risks to trust again. It's a process of integration, where the experience of betrayal becomes a part of one's narrative, but not the defining characteristic. The growing vine symbolizes our innate capacity for resilience and adaptation, our ability to find new ways to thrive even when our foundations have been shaken. It's about choosing to invest in our own healing and growth, rather than remaining stuck in the pain of the past. Conclusion, meditation, and sleep. Reflection. Ella left Master Cato's garden with a renewed sense of hope. The image of the broken, yet resilient trellis, supported by the growing vine, stayed with her. She understood that healing wasn't about erasing the past, but about integrating it, learning from it, and allowing it to strengthen her in new ways. She began to tend to her own inner garden, gently mending the broken parts of her heart, and allowing new growth to emerge. Before you sleep tonight, take a moment to reflect. Have you experienced a betrayal that still weighs on your heart? Are you holding on to resentment or the desire for things to be as they once were? Try this meditation. Find a comfortable position, sitting or lying down. Close your eyes and take 3 deep, calming breaths. Imagine your heart as a beautiful trellis. Acknowledge any cracks or broken parts you perceive. Now, visualize a vibrant, resilient vine growing around your trellis. See its tendrils gently wrapping around the broken sections, providing new support and strength. Feel the vine's inherent wisdom, its ability to adapt and thrive, even amidst imperfection. Repeat to yourself, my heart is resilient. I can grow stronger. Through my experiences, I choose to cultivate healing and new growth. As you drift to sleep, remember that your capacity for healing and growth is boundless. Like the vine, you possess an innate wisdom to adapt, to mend, and to emerge stronger, even after the deepest wounds. Story 19. The Gardener and the Unruly Patch, Navigating Workplace and Social Dynamics. The morning mist still clung to the ancient pagoda, its eaves dripping with the night's dew. A faint scent of incense mingled with the earthy aroma of the temple, grounds a symphony of quiet awakening. Within the meticulously kept gardens, a young gardener named Ren was struggling. Ren was diligent, precise, and deeply devoted to his craft. He could coax the most delicate orchids to bloom with a gentle touch and prune the ancient bonsai with an artistic flair that spoke of years of dedicated practice. Yet there was one section of the garden that perpetually frustrated him, a persistent thorn in his otherwise harmonious existence. A large, sprawling patch of land near the back wall, overgrown with stubborn weeds and populated by plants that seemed to defy all his conventional methods of cultivation. This particular patch was overseen by an older, gruff gardener named Old Man Hero. Hero had his own peculiar ways of working, often leaving tools scattered haphazardly, humming off-key tunes that grated on Ren's ears, and sometimes even talking to the plants as if they were old friends, sharing secrets. Ren, with his methodical approach and unwavering belief in order, found Hero's methods chaotic, inefficient, and frankly, unprofessional. He believed the patch was unruly because Hero didn't apply proper techniques, didn't follow the established rules of gardening that Ren held so dear. Ren often found himself complaining, albeit quietly, to the head monk about Hero's perceived sloppiness, advocating for a more systematic and disciplined approach to that particular area. He felt undervalued, his expertise ignored, and his earnest efforts to bring order to the patch constantly thwarted by what he saw as resistance and disorganization. The tension between Ren and Hero, though mostly unspoken, was palpable, casting a shadow over the otherwise serene temple garden. One crisp morning, after a particularly frustrating hour spent trying to tame a patch of thorny bushes that seemed to grow back faster than he could cut them, Ren sought out the head monk. He found the monk meditating by the koi pond, the water still and reflective. "Master," Ren began, his voice tinged with a mix of exasperation and weariness, "that patch of land, it's impossible. Old Man Hero's methods are chaotic, and the plants there seem to resist all my efforts. It's an unruly mess, a constant battle, and I feel like I'm perpetually fighting against it and against him." The head monk listened with a gentle smile, his eyes, like the pond, calm and deep. He then invited Ren to walk with him to the unruly patch. As they approached, the monk knelt down, not to pull weeds or prune branches, but simply to observe. He pointed to a cluster of wild herbs, their leaves vibrant and healthy, thriving in a shaded corner where Ren would have expected only moss. "Ren," he said, his voice calm and resonant, like the deep hum of a temple bell. "You are indeed a master of cultivation, of shaping nature to your will. But this patch, it is not a formal garden. It is a wilder place with its own unique spirit, its own inherent wisdom." He continued, his gaze sweeping across the diverse flora. "Old Man Hero understands this. He does not try to force these plants into neat rows or prune them into perfect, symmetrical shapes. He observes their natural tendencies, their unique needs. He works with the land rather than against it. Some plants here thrive in the shade, others demand rocky soil. He respects their inherent nature, even if it doesn't fit the conventional idea of a perfect garden." The monk then gently picked up a small, gnarled root that had surfaced from the earth. "Look at this root. It twists and turns, finding its way around obstacles, seeking nourishment where it can. If you try to straighten it, you will break it. But if you understand its nature, you can guide it, nurture it, and allow it to flourish in its own way." He looked at Ren, his eyes full of a profound, quiet wisdom. In life, Ren, especially in our interactions with others, we often encounter unruly patches, people with different ways of thinking, systems that don't conform to our ideals, situations that resist our control. If we try to force them to conform to our rigid expectations, we will only find frustration and conflict. But if we learn to observe, to understand their unique needs and inherent nature, to work with them rather than against them, we can find peace and effectiveness. True mastery is not just in shaping, but in adapting, in finding harmony even in the most unconventional of spaces. Ren stood there, looking at the patch with new eyes. He began to see not just weeds in disarray, but a vibrant, resilient ecosystem, thriving in its own wild beauty. He saw the wisdom in Hero's seemingly chaotic methods, a deep, intuitive understanding of the land that transcended rigid rules. The tension in his shoulders began to ease, melting away like the morning mist. Philosophical commentary Zen core. The story of Ren and the unruly patch is a profound lesson in the Zen principle of acceptance and non-resistance. It highlights the futility of trying to force reality to conform to our preconceived notions, especially when dealing with complex social and professional dynamics. Zen teaches us to observe things as they are, without judgment, and to respond with wisdom and flexibility rather than rigid adherence to rules or expectations. The Buddha taught, the root of suffering is attachment. In this context, Ren's suffering stemmed from his attachment to his ideal of a perfect garden and his rigid expectations of how things should be done. When reality, the unruly patch and Hero's methods didn't align with his expectations, he experienced frustration and conflict. The head monk's wisdom lies in showing Ren that true effectiveness comes not from imposing one's will, but from understanding and adapting to the inherent nature of things. This applies equally to people, organizations, and social structures. By understanding the unique needs and inherent nature of an unruly patch, we can find a more harmonious and effective way to engage, leading to peace and genuine progress, rather than constant struggle. Modern psychological analysis, modern psychology in modern psychology. The challenges Ren faced are common in workplace and social dynamics. Concepts like power struggles, resentment towards authority, workplace stress, and feeling undervalued often arise when individuals feel their contributions are not recognized, or when their preferred methods clash with existing structures or personalities. This can lead to burnout, decreased job satisfaction, and interpersonal conflict. Ren's initial approach reflects a common cognitive bias, the need for control, and confirmation bias, where he sought evidence to confirm his belief that Hero and the patch were wrong. His frustration is a classic example of cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort experienced when holding conflicting beliefs, or when one's actions don't align with one's beliefs. The head monk's guidance, however, aligns with principles of emotional intelligence and systems thinking. Emotional intelligence involves understanding and managing one's own emotions, and recognizing and influencing the emotions of others. Systems thinking encourages viewing problems not in isolation, but as part of a larger, interconnected system. By shifting Ren's perspective from fighting against to working with, the monk encourages adaptability, empathy, and a more nuanced understanding of complex situations. This approach fosters resilience, reduces stress, and promotes more effective problem-solving and harmonious relationships in diverse environments. Conclusion: meditation and sleep reflection. Ren began to approach the unruly patch. An old man, Hero, with a newfound respect and curiosity, he started observing more, listening more, and trying to understand the natural rhythms of that part of the garden. He even found himself humming along with Hero's off-key tunes, sometimes a quiet smile playing on his lips. The patch didn't become a perfectly manicured formal garden, but it flourished in its own wild beauty, and Ren found a deeper sense of peace and effectiveness in his work. A harmony he hadn't known was possible. Before you sleep tonight, let the image of the gardener and the unruly patch settle into your mind. Ask yourself, is there an unruly patch in your life, a challenging colleague, a difficult social situation, or a workplace dynamic that frustrates you? Are you trying to force it to conform to your expectations, or are you willing to understand its unique nature? As you lie down, close your eyes. Take a few deep, calming breaths, allowing your body to relax. Bring to mind that unruly patch in your life. Visualize it clearly, without judgment. Instead of trying to change it, simply observe it. Notice its unique characteristics, its inherent nature, its patterns. Imagine yourself as the wise gardener, not trying to force, but seeking to understand and work with it, finding a way to coexist and even thrive within its unique landscape. Repeat softly to yourself, as you drift towards sleep, I release the need to control. I seek to understand. I find peace and effectiveness in adaptation. May you find harmony in the midst of life's beautiful complexities. Story 20. The Empty Offering Bowl, dealing with deception and exploitation in a bustling city, where fortunes were made and lost with dizzying speed, and where the lines between generosity and manipulation often blurred, lived a respected merchant named Daichi. Daichi was known for his kind heart and his willingness to help those in need. He often made generous donations to temples, charities, and individuals who approached him with tales of hardship. However, his generosity often left him feeling drained and sometimes deeply disillusioned. He had been deceived many times, his kindness exploited by those who feigned poverty or fabricated elaborate stories to gain his sympathy and his money. Each act of deception left a bitter taste, making him wary and cynical, questioning the very nature of human goodness. He began to doubt his own judgment, fearing that his compassion made him foolish. He sought guidance from Master Kenji, the wise Zen master, whose temple was a haven of peace amidst the city's chaos. Master, Daichi confessed, his voice heavy with weariness, I wish to be generous, to help those who suffer, but I have been deceived so many times. My heart is torn between compassion and cynicism. How can I give freely without being exploited? How can I discern true need from clever deception? Or should I simply close my heart to avoid further pain? Master Kenji listened patiently, his gaze fixed on a simple, empty wooden offering bowl that sat on a small altar. "Daichi," he said, his voice calm and clear, "your heart is indeed noble, but you confuse the act of giving with the expectation of a certain outcome or a certain response. You give your water, and then you lament when the ground does not yield the flower you expected, or when the thirsty man turns out to be a trickster. Look at this offering bowl," Master Kenji continued. "It is empty. When someone places an offering in it, the bowl receives it fully, without judgment, without expectation. It does not ask, is this offering truly from a pure heart? Will this offering be used for a noble purpose? Is this person worthy of my reception? It simply receives. And when the offering is taken away, the bowl does not lament its emptiness. It simply remains a bowl, ready to receive again. Your giving, Daichi," Master Kenji explained, "is often burdened by your expectations. You give, hoping for gratitude, for honesty, for a positive outcome. And when those expectations are not met, you feel betrayed, exploited, and your heart closes. But true giving, like the empty bowl, is an act complete in itself. It is an expression of your own compassion, your own abundance, your own nature. It is not dependent on the worthiness of the receiver or the outcome of the gift. When you give," Master Kenji continued, "give with an empty bowl. Give fully, with an open heart, but without attachment to the result. If the receiver is truly in need, your gift will help them. If they are a deceiver, your gift may still serve a purpose, perhaps teaching them a lesson, or simply flowing through them as water flows through a sieve. But their deception does not diminish the purity of your act of giving. It only reveals their own state of mind. As for discernment," Master Kenji added, "that comes not from suspicion, but from wisdom. Observe carefully. Listen to your intuition. Use your intellect to assess the situation. But do not let suspicion poison your heart. If you give with an empty bowl, you are less vulnerable to deception, because your peace is not tied to the outcome. You give because it is your nature to give, not because you expect something in return. If you choose to close your heart, Daichi," Master Kenji concluded, "you will indeed avoid the pain of deception, but you will also close yourself off from the joy of true generosity and from the profound connection that arises when compassion flows freely. You will become like a well that refuses to give its water, even to the truly thirsty, for fear of being drained by the unworthy." Daichi sat in silence, gazing at the empty offering bowl. He had always given with a full heart, but also with a full hand of expectations. He realized that his suffering came not from the deception itself, but from his attachment to the outcome of his generosity, and his belief that his compassion made him vulnerable. He understood that true strength lay not in closing his heart, but in giving with wisdom and detachment. From that day forward, Daichi's approach to generosity transformed. He still gave, but he practiced giving with an empty bowl. He gave fully, but without demanding gratitude, without expecting honesty, without attaching his peace to the outcome. He learned to observe more carefully, to discern where his resources could be most effectively used, but he did not allow past deceptions to harden his heart. He found that by giving with this detached compassion, his heart remained open, his peace undisturbed, and the joy of true generosity flowed freely, unburdened. by the fear of exploitation. He realized that the act of giving, when done with a clear mind and an open heart, was its own reward, independent of the receiver's actions. Philosophical commentary: The Empty Offering Bowl. Parable is a profound teaching on the nature of generosity, dana, compassion, karuna, and the wisdom of non-attachment, particularly in the face of deception and exploitation. In Buddhist philosophy, generosity is one of the foundational practices, parametis, for cultivating a wholesome mind and reducing suffering. However, true generosity goes beyond merely giving material possessions. It involves giving with a pure intention, free from attachment to results or expectations of return. Darchi's struggle highlights a common pitfall: giving with conditions or expectations. When we give hoping for gratitude, recognition, or a specific positive outcome, we create an attachment. When these expectations are not met, we experience disappointment, resentment, and a sense of betrayal. This is a form of suffering arising from clinging. The empty bowl symbolizes non-attachment to outcome, giving without expectation of return, recognition, or even a specific positive result. The act of giving itself is the reward, purity of intention, giving from a place of genuine compassion and abundance, rather than from a need for validation or control. Discernment without cynicism, the wisdom to assess situations and choose where to direct one's generosity effectively, without allowing past negative experiences to harden the heart or extinguish compassion. The teaching emphasizes that the act of giving is primarily for the benefit of the giver. It purifies the mind, reduces greed, and cultivates compassion. When we give with an empty bowl, the actions of the receiver, whether honest or deceptive, cannot diminish the purity or the positive karmic effect of our own generosity. This allows us to remain open-hearted and peaceful, even in a world where deception exists. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the experience of being deceived or exploited can lead to significant psychological distress, including trust issues, difficulty trusting others, leading to social isolation and strained relationships, cynicism and bitterness, a hardened worldview where one expects the worst from others, leading to chronic negative emotions, anxiety and hypervigilance, constant worry about being taken advantage of, leading to heightened stress, guilt and self-blame, feeling foolish or responsible for being deceived, impacting self-esteem, compassion, fatigue, a state of emotional and physical exhaustion experienced by those who continually help others, often exacerbated by feeling exploited. The Zen teaching of the empty offering bowl offers powerful psychological tools and strategies. Mindful giving, practicing generosity with full awareness of one's intentions and without attachment to the outcome. This shifts the focus from the receiver's actions to one's own internal state. Boundary setting. While the bowl is empty of expectation, it doesn't mean giving indiscriminately. Discernment is key. This aligns with healthy boundary setting in relationships, giving what one can, without overextending or allowing oneself to be repeatedly exploited. Cognitive restructuring, challenging the belief that being compassionate makes one foolish. Instead, recognizing that compassion, when coupled with wisdom, is a strength. Self-compassion, acknowledging the pain of deception without letting it define one's capacity for goodness. Cultivating resilience, learning to recover from negative experiences without allowing them to permanently close the heart. By adopting the wisdom of the empty offering bowl, individuals can continue to practice generosity and compassion without becoming cynical or drained. It allows them to maintain an open heart and a peaceful mind, recognizing that their inherent goodness is not diminished by the actions of others, and that the act of giving itself is a source of profound well-being. Conclusion: the Buddha taught, "If you knew what I know about the power of giving, you would not let a single meal pass without sharing it in some way." True giving is an act of liberation for the giver. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider any past instances where you felt deceived or exploited after an act of generosity. Has that experience closed your heart or made you cynical? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine your heart as an empty offering bowl. Practice giving with an open heart, but without attachment to the outcome. Give because it is your nature to give, not because you expect something in return. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart that gives freely, unburdened by expectation and filled with the quiet joy of true generosity. Story 21. The Echo in the Well. Understanding karma and consequences. In a remote mountain village, nestled in a valley known for its ancient traditions, there was a deep, old well. The villagers relied on it for their water, and it was said that the well had a peculiar quality. Whatever sound was made into its depths, an echo would return, sometimes faint, sometimes clear, but always a reflection of the original sound. The villagers understood this well, and they taught their children to be mindful of the sounds they made near it, for the echo would always reveal the true nature of their voice. In this village lived a young man named Ren. Ren was ambitious and clever, but he often acted impulsively, without much thought for the consequences of his actions. He believed that as long as he achieved his immediate goals, the means did not matter much. If he needed more land, he might subtly shift a boundary stone when no one was looking. If he wanted a better price for his goods, he might exaggerate their quality. He often saw others' misfortunes as opportunities for himself, and he was quick to take advantage of any weakness he perceived. He believed he was simply being shrewd, and that the world was a place where only the cunning survived. He rarely considered the ripple effects of his actions on others, or on his own future. One day, Ren approached the village elder, an old woman named Hannah, whose wisdom was as deep as the ancient well. Ren was frustrated. He felt that despite his cleverness, his life was filled with unexpected difficulties. His crops, though carefully tended, sometimes failed mysteriously. His business deals, though shrewdly negotiated, sometimes fell apart. For no apparent reason, he felt a vague sense of injustice, as if fate was unfairly conspiring against him. Elder Hannah Ren complained, "I work hard, I am clever, and I strive to get ahead. Yet, my life seems filled with unpredictable setbacks. It feels as though I am constantly battling against an unseen force. Why do good things not always come to those who strive? And why do misfortunes befall me when I have done nothing overtly wrong?" Hannah listened patiently, her gaze fixed on the old well. "Ren," she said, her voice like the gentle echo, "you speak of unseen forces. Come, let us go to the well." They walked to the well. Hannah picked up a small stone and dropped it into the well. A faint splash echoed back. "That is the sound of the stone, Ren," she said. "Simple, direct." Then she leaned over the well and called out, "Hello." A clear, distinct hello echoed back. "Now, Ren," Hannah said, "you try. Call out whatever is in your heart." Ren, still frustrated, leaned over the well and shouted, "Why do I suffer? Why is life so unfair?" The echo returned, loud and clear. "Why do I suffer? Why is life so unfair? Ren recoiled, startled. It just repeats what I say, he exclaimed. Indeed, Hannah affirmed. The well does not judge your sound, Ren. It simply reflects it back to you. And so it is with life. What you send out comes back to you. This is the law of cause and effect, the principle of karma. Every action you take, every word you speak, every thought you think, is like a sound you make into the well of life. Hannah explained. You subtly shift a boundary stone, that is a sound. You exaggerate the quality of your goods, that is a sound. You take advantage of another's weakness, that is a sound. You may not hear the immediate echo, or you may dismiss it, but the echo always returns, sometimes in unexpected ways, sometimes years later, but it always returns. You complain of unseen forces conspiring against you. Hannah continued, but often those forces are the echoes of your own past actions returning to you. The mysterious crop failure, the business deal that falls apart, these are not random misfortunes. They are the echoes of the sounds you have made into the well. The well does not distinguish between good and bad sounds. It simply reflects what is sent into it. The path to a life filled with good fortune, Hannah concluded, is not to manipulate the echoes or to try to avoid them. It is to be mindful of the sound you make. If you wish for kindness, speak kindly. If you wish for honesty, act honestly. If you wish for abundance, be generous. For the well of life will always echo back the true nature of your actions, your words, and your thoughts. The echo is not a punishment. It is simply a reflection, a teacher, showing you the true nature of your own seeds. Ren stood by the well, looking into its dark depths. He began to recall all the subtle ways he had acted, the quiet manipulations, the moments he had taken advantage. He had dismissed them as insignificant, but now he saw them as sounds, each waiting for its echo. He realized that his life's difficulties were not random acts of fate, but the natural consequences of his own unskillful actions. From that day forward, Ren's approach to life transformed. He became more mindful of his actions, his words, and even his thoughts. He began to act with integrity, with kindness, and with generosity, not because he expected an immediate reward, but because he understood the law of the echo. He found that as he made more wholesome sounds into the well of life, the echoes that returned were increasingly positive, bringing unexpected blessings and a profound sense of peace. He learned that true fortune was not about cunning, but about cultivating good causes, and that the well of life was a perfectly just mirror, always reflecting back the true nature of what was sent into it. Philosophical commentary. The echo in the well parable is a direct and powerful illustration of the Buddhist principle of karma. Pali, karma, the law of cause and effect. Karma is not a divine judgment or a predetermined fate, but a natural, impersonal law of the universe, similar to gravity. Every volitional action, physical, verbal, or mental, creates a corresponding result or echo that will eventually return. To the doer, the story highlights several key aspects of karma. Impersonality. The well simply reflects. It does not judge or punish. Karma is not about retribution, but about consequences, inevitability. The echo always returns, even if delayed, or in an unexpected form, volition. It is the intention behind the action that determines its karmic weight. Ren's subtle manipulations, though not overtly harmful, carried negative intentions. Self-responsibility. We are the creators of our own karma. Our experiences are largely the result of our own past actions. Transformative power. By understanding karma, we gain agency. We cannot change past echoes, but we can choose to make wholesome sounds in the present, thereby shaping our future experiences. The Buddha taught that understanding karma is crucial for ethical living and for liberation from suffering. By cultivating wholesome actions rooted in generosity, compassion, and wisdom, and avoiding unwholesome ones rooted in greed, hatred, and delusion, we create positive karmic seeds that lead to favorable outcomes and ultimately to awakening. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the concept of karma, while spiritual in origin, has strong parallels with principles of personal responsibility, self-efficacy, and the impact of our behaviors on our well-being and relationships. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Our beliefs and actions can create the very outcomes we expect. If Ren believes life is unfair and acts cunningly, he may create situations that reinforce that belief. Attribution theory. How we explain events, for example, blaming external forces versus taking personal responsibility, significantly impacts our emotional state and future behavior. Ren initially attributed his misfortunes to unseen forces. Reciprocity in relationships. The principle that people tend to respond to others in kind. Kindness begets kindness. Hostility begets hostility. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, focuses on how our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors are interconnected. Changing unskillful behaviors and thought patterns can lead to more positive outcomes. Locus of control. Individuals with an internal locus of control believe they are responsible for their own outcomes, leading to greater motivation and resilience. Ren shifts from an external to an internal locus of control. The Zen teaching of the echo in the well offers powerful psychological tools. Mindful action, encouraging conscious awareness of the intentions behind our actions, words, and thoughts. Personal accountability, taking responsibility for our choices and their consequences, rather than blaming external factors or fate. Breaking negative cycles, recognizing patterns of unskillful behavior and their negative echoes, and consciously choosing to create new, wholesome patterns. Cultivating pro-social behavior, understanding that acts of kindness, honesty, and generosity not only benefit others, but also create positive internal states and favorable external responses for ourselves. By embracing the wisdom of the echo, individuals can gain a profound sense of agency and purpose. They learn that they are not victims of fate, but active creators of their own experiences, empowering them to live more ethically, mindfully, and ultimately more harmoniously. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider the sounds you have made into the well of life today. Were there sounds of kindness, honesty, and generosity? Or were there sounds of subtle manipulation, impatience, or judgment? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine the well of life, ready to echo back whatever you send into it. Choose to make wholesome sounds. Choose to sow seeds of goodness. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart mindful of the echoes you create, ready to cultivate a life filled with positive reflections. Story 22. The Great Net of Indra. Interconnectedness of all beings in ancient times. There was a legend whispered among the wise, a tale of the great net of Indra. This net, vast beyond imagining, stretched infinitely in all directions, encompassing the entire universe. At every single intersection of this cosmic net, there hung a dazzling, multifaceted jewel, and each jewel, in its polished surface, perfectly reflected every other jewel in the entire net. If you looked closely at one jewel, you would not only see its own brilliance, but also the reflection of every other jewel, and within each of those reflections, the reflection of all the others, in an endless, shimmering dance of interconnectedness. This net symbolized the profound truth that nothing in existence is separate. All beings, all phenomena, are inextricably linked in a web of mutual dependence and reflection. In a bustling city, where people lived in close proximity, yet often felt profoundly isolated, lived a young woman named Anya. Anya was a talented weaver, but she felt a deep sense of loneliness. She saw herself as a solitary thread, separate from the vast tapestry of humanity. She focused intensely on her own life, her own struggles, her own successes. When others suffered, she felt a pang of sympathy, but quickly dismissed it, believing their problems were theirs alone, and she had enough of her own to deal with. When she succeeded, she felt a fleeting sense of triumph, but it was often overshadowed by a feeling of emptiness. As if her achievements lacked a deeper meaning, she saw the world as a collection of separate individuals, each competing for resources, each responsible only for themselves. This perception left her feeling disconnected, vulnerable, and often profoundly alone. She sought guidance from Master Kenji, the wise Zen master, whose temple was a haven of peace and understanding. Master, Anya confessed, her voice tinged with sadness, I feel so alone in this vast world. Everyone seems to be struggling independently, and I, too, feel like a solitary thread, disconnected from the grand tapestry of life. How can I find a sense of belonging? How can I truly connect with others when everyone seems so separate? Master Kenji listened patiently, his gaze fixed on a small, intricate spiderweb glistening with dew outside the temple window. Anya, he said, his voice soft, you speak of threads and tapestries. Let me tell you a story of the great net of Indra. He then recounted the legend of the cosmic net, with its infinite jewels, each reflecting all others. You, Anya, Master Kenji explained, are one of those jewels. And so is every person you meet, every plant, every animal, every star in the sky. You believe you are a solitary thread, but in truth, you are a jewel in this magnificent net, and, in your own unique brilliance, you reflect every other jewel, and every other jewel reflects you. When you suffer, Anya, Master Kenji continued, it is not just your suffering, it is a ripple that moves through the entire net, however subtly. And when another suffers, their pain is reflected in you, whether you consciously acknowledge it or not. When you act with kindness, that kindness radiates outwards, touching countless other jewels. And when another acts with generosity, their light is reflected back to you. The feeling of loneliness you experience, Master Kenji explained gently, arises from the delusion of separateness. You perceive yourself as an isolated entity, cut off from the whole, but this is an illusion. You are inextricably linked to everything and everyone around you. Your very existence depends on countless factors outside yourself: the sun, the rain, the earth, the labor of others, the air you breathe, the path to true connection and belonging, Master Kenji concluded, is not to force connections, but to realize the connection that already exists. It is to see yourself not as a solitary thread, but as a unique, precious jewel in the great net of Indra. When you understand this, compassion arises naturally, for you realize that harming another is harming a part of yourself, and helping another is helping yourself. You are not alone, Anya. You have never been alone. You are part of an infinite, shimmering web of life. Anya sat in silence, gazing at the spider web, then at her own hands. She had always seen her hands as separate, distinct, but now she imagined them as jewels, reflecting the world around her. She began to recall moments when a stranger's smile had brightened her day, or when a distant event had subtly impacted her life. She realized that her sense of isolation was a self-imposed prison, built on the illusion of separateness. From that day forward, Anya's perception of the world began to transform. She still wove her tapestries, but now she saw each thread not just as an individual strand, but as part of a larger, interconnected design. When she saw someone suffering, she felt a deeper pang, not just of sympathy, but of shared humanity, knowing that their pain was a reflection in her own jewel. When she experienced joy, she felt a quiet urge to share it, knowing that her light could brighten other jewels in the net. She found that as she cultivated this awareness of interconnectedness, her loneliness began to dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of belonging, compassion, and a quiet joy that came from realizing she was an integral, shimmering part of the vast, beautiful tapestry of existence. Philosophical commentary. The great net of Indra is a profound metaphor from ancient Indian philosophy, adopted and elaborated upon in Mahayana Buddhism, particularly in the Wayan flower garland school. It vividly illustrates the concept of interpenetration or interconnectedness prat, Tiasamit, the idea that all phenomena in the universe are fundamentally interdependent and mutually arising. Nothing exists independently. Everything is conditioned by and reflects everything else. The delusion of separateness, often rooted in a strong sense of an independent, unchanging self, is a primary source of suffering in Buddhist thought. When we perceive ourselves as isolated entities, we experience loneliness, fear, and a lack of compassion. We become trapped in a self-centered view that prevents us from seeing the vast web of relationships that sustain us. Understanding the net of Indra leads to compassion, karuna. If all beings are interconnected, then harming another is harming oneself, and helping another is helping oneself. This naturally cultivates empathy and a desire to alleviate suffering. Non-self, onetta. The realization that there is no fixed, independent self, but rather a constantly changing collection of phenomena arising in dependence on others. This dissolves the illusion of separateness, responsibility, recognizing that our actions, however small, ripple through the entire net, impacting countless other beings. This fosters ethical conduct, belonging, a profound sense of being an integral part of something vast and beautiful, alleviating loneliness and isolation. This teaching encourages us to transcend dualistic thinking and embrace a holistic view of reality, leading to a more compassionate, responsible, and fulfilling life. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the concept of interconnectedness aligns with various theories and observations about human well-being and social behavior. Social connection and well-being research consistently shows that strong social connections are crucial for mental and physical health, reducing loneliness, depression, and anxiety. The illusion of separateness directly counters this. Empathy and pro-social behavior. Understanding the interconnectedness of human experience naturally fosters empathy, which is a cornerstone of pro-social, helpful behavior and altruism. Systems theory. In family therapy and organizational psychology, systems theory emphasizes that individuals are part of larger systems, and that problems often arise from dysfunctional interactions within these systems. Ecopsychology explores the relationship between human beings and the natural world, recognizing that our well-being is deeply intertwined with the health of the planet, collective trauma, and resilience. Understanding that trauma can impact entire communities and generations, and that healing often requires collective effort and recognition of shared experience. The Zen teaching of the great net of Indra offers powerful psychological tools, mindfulness of interdependence, consciously noticing how our daily lives depend on countless others. For example, the farmer who grew our food, the person who built our home, acts of kindness and compassion, engaging in prosocial behaviors, which not only benefit others, but also boost our own sense of well-being and connection, challenging the illusion of separateness, actively questioning the narrative of individualism and competition, and seeking out opportunities for collaboration and community, eco-consciousness, recognizing our deep connection to the natural world and acting responsibly towards the environment. By embracing the wisdom of the great net of Indra, individuals can overcome feelings of loneliness and isolation, cultivate deeper compassion, and live a more meaningful life rooted in the profound understanding that we are all inextricably linked, each a unique and precious jewel in the cosmic tapestry. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider your place in the great net of Indra. Think of someone you feel disconnected from, or a global event that seems distant. Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine the shimmering net connecting you to everyone and everything. See how your actions, your thoughts, your very being ripple through this vast web. Recognize that you are not alone. You are a unique and precious jewel, reflecting and being reflected by all. Story 23. The Master's Last Lesson, Legacy, and living fully in a secluded mountain hermitage, where the air was always still and the silence profound, lived an old Zen master named Hakuin. He had lived a long and full life, dedicating himself to the path of awakening, guiding countless students, and leaving behind a legacy of profound teachings. His body, though frail with age, still held a vibrant spirit, but his time on earth was drawing to a close. His students, devoted and anxious, gathered around him, their hearts heavy with the impending loss. They had learned much from him, but they feared that with his passing, some essential wisdom, some final secret, would be lost forever. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the students asked, "Master, you have taught us so much. You have shown us the path to enlightenment, the way to peace. But as your time with us nears its end, is there one final lesson you wish to impart? One ultimate truth that we must carry forward?" Master Hakuin smiled, a gentle, knowing smile that seemed to encompass all of existence. He looked at each of his students, his gaze lingering on their anxious faces. He saw their fear of loss, their clinging to his presence, their desire for a final, definitive answer that would make everything clear. He remained silent for a long moment, his eyes closed, as if listening to the whispers of the universe. The students waited, their breath held, expecting a profound koan, a complex philosophical discourse, or a secret meditation technique. Finally, Master Hakuin opened his eyes. He looked at the setting sun, then back at his students. His voice, though weak, was clear and resonant. "My final lesson," he began, "is this: live fully. Live each moment as if it is your first and as if it is your last." The students looked at each other, puzzled. live fully. But Master, we strive to live fully. We meditate, we study, we serve. Is there something more? Master Hokuin chuckled. Softly, you strive to live fully, yes, but do you truly live? Or do you merely prepare for life? Do you live in the past, regretting what was? Do you live in the future, planning what will be? Or do you live in this very breath, this very moment, with your whole being? To live each moment as if it is your first, he explained, means to approach everything with beginner's mind, with fresh eyes, with wonder and curiosity, to see the ordinary as extraordinary, to taste your tea as if you have never tasted tea before, to hear the birdsong as if it is the first melody you have ever heard, to meet each person as if they are a new discovery. This keeps your heart open, your mind receptive, and your spirit alive, and to live each moment as if it is your last. Master Hokuin continued, his voice gaining a quiet intensity, means to live without regret, without procrastination, without holding back. It means to speak the kind words you wish to speak, to forgive the grievances you hold, to pursue the dreams that stir your soul. It means to shed all that is unnecessary, the fears, the attachments, the resentments, for there is no time for them. It means to love fully, to serve wholeheartedly, to be truly present, for this moment is all you truly have. My passing, Master Hokuin said, his gaze sweeping over them, is not a loss of wisdom, but a demonstration of impermanence. It is a reminder that life is precious, finite, and constantly changing. Do not cling to my form or to my words. Instead, take the essence of what I have taught you and live it. Let your life itself be the teaching. Let your presence be the legacy. He closed his eyes again, a profound peace settling over his face. The students watched, no longer anxious for a secret answer, but deeply moved by the simplicity and power of his final words. They understood that the greatest lesson was not a hidden technique, but the very act of living with full awareness, with an open heart, and with an unwavering commitment to the present moment. Master Hokuin passed peacefully that night, his face illuminated by the rising moon. His students, though grieving, felt a new sense of clarity and purpose. They realized that his legacy was not just in the teachings he left behind, but in the profound example of a life lived fully, authentically, and with complete presence. They began to live their own lives with a renewed sense of urgency and appreciation, transforming each moment into a testament to his final, most profound lesson. Philosophical commentary. The Master's last lesson is a powerful teaching on the Buddhist concepts of impermanence, anicca, and living in the present moment. Mindfulness. The fear of death and loss often leads to clinging, anxiety, and a failure to fully engage with life. Master Hokuin's final teaching is a direct antidote to this impermanence. His passing is not a tragedy, but a natural demonstration of the universal truth that all things arise, abide, and pass away. Understanding impermanence is not meant to induce despair, but to highlight the preciousness and fleeting nature of each moment, urging us to live fully. Beginner's mind, Shoshin, live each moment as if it is your first, embodies the Zen concept of beginner's mind, approaching every experience with openness, eagerness, and a lack of preconceptions, just as a beginner would. This fosters wonder, curiosity, and prevents stagnation. Living without regret, live each moment as if it is your last, encourages us to shed attachments, forgive, and act authentically, knowing that time is finite. It is a call to prioritize what truly matters and to release the burdens of the past and anxieties of the future. This teaching emphasizes that the ultimate wisdom is not found in complex theories or secret techniques, but in the simple, profound act of fully inhabiting our lives, moment by moment. Our life itself becomes the practice, and our presence becomes our most enduring legacy. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the fear of death, thanatophobia, and existential anxiety are common, often leading to avoidance behaviors, procrastination, and a failure to live authentically. The Master's final lesson offers profound psychological benefits. Mindfulness and presence directly addresses the tendency to live in the past rumination, regret, or future anxiety, planning, bringing focus to the only moment we truly have. This is a core principle of many therapeutic approaches like MBSR and ACT, values clarification. When faced with the finite nature of life, individuals are often prompted to clarify what truly matters to them, leading to more purpose-driven living, reduced procrastination. The live as if it's your last aspect encourages taking action on important goals and expressing emotions authentically, rather than delaying. Increased appreciation and joy. Approaching life with beginner's mind fosters a sense of wonder and allows for greater appreciation of ordinary experiences. Combating anhedonia, inability to feel pleasure, grief, and loss. Processing. The Master's passing serves as a model for accepting impermanence, which is crucial for healthy grief processing. It shifts focus from what is lost to the enduring impact and lessons learned. Legacy and meaning-making encourages individuals to consider their impact and how they wish to be remembered, not just through achievements, but through the quality of their presence and their relationships. By embracing this teaching, individuals can reduce anxiety about the future, let go of past regrets, and live a more vibrant, authentic, and meaningful life, appreciating each moment as a precious gift. It is about transforming the fear of death into a catalyst for living fully. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, the world is afflicted by death and decay, but the wise do not grieve, having realized the nature of the world. Live fully, for this moment is all you truly have. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider one moment from your day. Did you truly live it fully, with beginner's mind, as if it were your last? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, release any regrets from the past, any anxieties about the future. Bring your entire being to this present moment. Feel the warmth of your bed, the rhythm of your breath. Let your presence be your practice. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart ready to live each moment with wonder, purpose, and complete presence, leaving a legacy not just of deeds, but of being. Story 24. The Unfolding Map. Life as a continuous journey of discovery in a land of ancient mountains and winding rivers, where travelers often embarked on long, arduous journeys, lived a young explorer named Kai. Kai was meticulous in his preparations. Before every expedition, he would pore over maps, memorizing every contour, every trail, every potential obstacle. He believed that true success lay in knowing the entire path beforehand, in having a complete and perfect map that left no room for uncertainty or surprise. He feared getting lost, making mistakes, or encountering the unexpected. This need for a fully known, perfectly charted course often made his journeys stressful, and any deviation from his meticulously planned route filled him with anxiety and frustration. He believed that the destination was everything, and the journey merely a means to an end. One day, Kai sought out Master Hiroshi, a renowned Zen master who had explored many remote regions, yet always returned with a serene and joyful demeanor. Master Hiroshi was known for his wisdom, not just of the land, but of the inner journey. Master Kai began, his voice tinged with weariness. I am a diligent explorer, but my journeys are filled with anxiety. I strive to know every path, every turn, every challenge before I embark. Yet, the world is unpredictable. Maps are often incomplete, and the unexpected always arises. How can I find peace on my journeys when I cannot control every variable? How can I reach my destination without fear of getting lost? Master Hiroshi listened patiently, his gaze fixed on a beautifully crafted but tightly rolled scroll map on his table. Kai, he said, his voice calm and clear, you seek a perfect map, one that reveals everything from the start. But tell me, if a map showed you every single detail of your entire journey, every step, every vista, every challenge, every discovery, would the journey still hold its wonder? Kai paused. Well then, ... Then there would be no surprise, no adventure, no true discovery. The destination would be known, but the journey itself would be ... Precisely, Master Hiroshi affirmed. He then gently unrolled a small section of the scroll map. Life, Kai, is much like this map. It is not given to us fully unrolled from the beginning. It unfolds, section by section, as we journey. You are given enough light for the next step, not for the entire path. Your anxiety, Master Hiroshi explained, comes from your insistence on seeing the entire map before you take the first step. You fear the unknown, the blank spaces on the scroll. But those blank spaces are not empty. They are filled with potential, with discoveries waiting to be made, with lessons waiting to be learned. If you knew every detail, there would be no room for growth, no opportunity for resilience, no space for the unexpected beauty that emerges from navigating the unknown. The path to a joyful journey, Master Hiroshi continued, is not to demand a fully unrolled map, but to trust the unfolding, to be present with the section of the map that is currently revealed, to navigate each turn with awareness, to learn from each challenge, and to appreciate each vista as it appears. The destination is important, yes, but the journey itself is the true teacher, the true adventure. He then pointed to a small, intricate detail on the unrolled section of the map, a tiny, winding stream. This stream, Kai, may not have been on your initial plan. It may require you to build a bridge or find a new crossing. But in that challenge, you learn new skills, you discover new strengths, and you see a part of the world you would have missed on your perfectly planned route. The getting lost is often where the most profound discoveries are made. The practice, Master Hiroshi concluded, is to embrace the unfolding map, to release the need for absolute certainty, to trust your inner compass, to be present with each step, and to know that even when the path is unclear, the journey itself is the destination. Life is a continuous journey of discovery, not a fixed route to be perfectly followed. Kai sat in silence, gazing at the partially unrolled map. He had always seen the blank spaces as threats, as failures in his planning. Now he began to see them as invitations, as opportunities for genuine exploration. He realized that his anxiety stemmed not from the unpredictability of the world, but from his rigid attachment to a perfectly known future. From that day forward, Kai's approach to his expeditions, and indeed to his life, began to transform. He still prepared diligently, but he held his maps lightly. He learned to trust the unfolding, to embrace the unexpected detours as part of the adventure. When he encountered an unforeseen obstacle, he no longer felt frustrated, but curious. Seeing it as a new section of the map revealing itself, he found that as he released the need for absolute control, his journeys became less stressful and infinitely more joyful. He discovered that the greatest treasures were not just at the destination, but in the wisdom gained, the resilience forged, and the unexpected beauty found along the ever-unfolding path of life. Philosophical commentary. The unfolding map parable is a profound teaching on embracing uncertainty, the value of the journey over the destination, and the nature of continuous learning, all central to Zen philosophy. It directly challenges our human tendency to seek absolute certainty and control over the future, which often leads to anxiety and prevents us from fully engaging with the present. The fully unrolled map represents our desire for a predetermined, predictable life, free from surprises or challenges. However, life, as the Buddha taught, is characterized by impermanence, anicca, and constant change. Trying to control every variable is futile and leads to suffering. The wisdom of the unfolding map lies in trusting the process, having faith in life's inherent unfolding. Even when the path ahead is unclear, present moment awareness, focusing on the current step, the current section of the map, rather than being consumed by anxieties about distant future turns, embracing the unknown, seeing blank spaces not as threats, but as opportunities for discovery, growth, and unexpected beauty, valuing the journey, recognizing that the true richness of life lies in the experiences, lessons, and transformations that occur along the way, not just in reaching a specific outcome. Resilience and adaptability, developing the capacity to navigate unforeseen obstacles and detours with flexibility and an open mind. This teaching encourages us to release the burden of needing to know everything and instead to cultivate a sense of adventure, curiosity, and trust in the continuous unfolding of life. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the fear of uncertainty and the relentless pursuit of control are significant contributors to anxiety disorders, perfectionism, and decision paralysis. In a world of rapid change and overwhelming information, the pressure to plan and predict every outcome can be immense. Anxiety disorders. Generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, is often characterized by excessive worry about future events and a low tolerance for uncertainty. Perfectionism, the drive for a perfect plan or outcome, can lead to chronic stress and an inability to start or complete tasks if the path isn't perfectly clear. Decision paralysis, the fear of making the wrong choice due to unknown consequences, can lead to inaction, burnout. Constantly striving for control and predictability in an unpredictable world can lead to mental and emotional exhaustion. The Zen teaching of the unfolding map offers powerful psychological tools and strategies. Uncertainty tolerance training, gradually exposing oneself to situations of uncertainty and learning to cope with the discomfort. Building resilience, mindfulness, cultivating present moment awareness helps individuals to stay grounded in the now, reducing rumination about the past or anxiety about the future. Values-based action, focusing on taking action aligned with one's core values, even when the outcome is uncertain, rather than being paralyzed by fear. Growth mindset, embracing challenges and setbacks as opportunities for learning and growth, rather than as failures. Cognitive restructuring, challenging the belief that uncertainty is inherently bad or dangerous, and reframing it as an opportunity for discovery. By embracing the wisdom of the unfolding map, individuals can reduce their anxiety, increase their resilience, and find greater joy and meaning in their lives. It's about shifting from a rigid, fear-driven approach to life to one of open-hearted curiosity and adventurous exploration, recognizing that the most profound discoveries often lie beyond the edges of our known maps. Conclusion: the Buddha taught, the journey is the reward. The path itself is the teacher, and life is the greatest adventure. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider a journey you are on in your life, a new project, a relationship, a personal goal. Are you clinging to a perfectly planned map, or are you open to its unfolding? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, release the need for absolute certainty. Trust your inner compass. Be present with the section of the map that is currently revealed. Embrace the blank spaces as invitations for discovery. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart ready to embrace life as a continuous, joyful journey of unfolding discovery, step by mindful step. Story 25. The Stillness After the Storm. Finding inner peace amidst chaos in a coastal village, perpetually exposed to the whims of the ocean, lived a community whose lives were intimately tied to the sea. Their days were often filled with the gentle rhythm of waves, the warmth of the sun, and the bounty of the fishing nets. But sometimes, without warning, fierce storms would rage. The sky would turn black, the winds would howl, and the waves would crash against the shore with terrifying force, threatening to engulf everything in their path. During these times, fear and chaos would grip the village, and people would huddle in their homes, praying for the storm to pass. Among them lived an old fisherman named Hiroki. Hiroki had weathered countless storms, both at sea and in life. While others succumbed to panic during a tempest, Hiroki possessed a remarkable calm. He would secure his boat, reinforce his home, and then, instead of cowering, he would often sit by his window, watching the storm's fury with a quiet, steady gaze. His neighbors often wondered at his composure, seeing only the destructive power of the storm. One particularly violent storm struck the village. The winds shrieked, the rain lashed down, and the very ground seemed to tremble. A young woman named Lena, whose home had been damaged in a previous storm, was terrified. She ran to Hiroki's small cottage, trembling, her face pale with fear. "Hiroki," she cried, her voice barely audible above the roar of the wind. "How can you be so calm? The world is falling apart. The storm will destroy everything. How can one find peace amid such chaos?" Hiroki looked at Lena, his eyes reflecting the deep, quiet wisdom of the ocean. He gestured for her to sit beside him by the window, where they could see the full fury of the tempest. "Lena," he said, his voice steady, "look at the storm. It is indeed powerful. It is chaos. But observe." Closely, Lena watched, mesmerized by the terrifying spectacle. The waves crashed, the trees bent, the rain poured. "Now," Hiroki continued, "tell me, what happens after every storm?" Lena thought for a moment. "After every storm, the sun returns, the winds die down, the waves become calm again." "Precisely," Hiroki affirmed. "And what is the nature of that stillness that follows the storm? Is it not profound? Is it not clearer, fresher, more vibrant than before?" Lena nodded. The air always felt cleaner, the colors brighter, the sounds sharper after a storm. "Your life, Lena," Hiroki explained, "is much like the ocean. It has its calm days, its gentle rhythms, but it also has its storms, moments of chaos, pain, loss, and fear. You, like many, try to fight the storm, to resist its fury. But just as you cannot stop the ocean's waves, you cannot stop the storms of life from arising. The path to peace, Hiroki continued, is not to avoid the storms, for they are inevitable. It is to learn to find the stillness within the storm, and to trust in the stillness that always follows. Even in the fiercest tempest, there is a deep calm beneath the surface of the ocean. And after every storm, no matter how violent, the world returns to a profound stillness, often clearer and more vibrant than before. When chaos rages around you, Hiroki said, do not be swept away by it. Acknowledge the storm, feel its force, but then turn your attention inward. Find that deep, calm center within yourself, like the stillness beneath the ocean's surface. Trust that this storm, too, will pass, and know that the stillness that follows will bring with it a new clarity, a new beginning, a renewed sense of peace. The practice, Hiroki concluded, is to cultivate that inner stillness, that unwavering core that remains untouched by the external chaos. It is to understand that peace is not the absence of storm, but the ability to find calm amidst it, and to trust in the natural rhythm of life, that after every period of turmoil, there is always a return to peace, often a deeper peace than before. Lena sat beside Hiroki, watching the storm. The fear was still there, but it no longer consumed her. She began to feel a faint echo of the calm that radiated from Hiroki. She realized that her suffering came not just from the storm itself, but from her resistance to it, and her belief that chaos was permanent. From that day forward, Lena's relationship with storms, both external and internal, began to transform. She still felt fear when a tempest raged, but she no longer fought it. She learned to secure her inner self, to find her calm center, and to trust in the inevitable return of stillness. She found that by accepting the chaos and by cultivating her inner peace, she emerged from each storm not broken, but stronger, clearer, and with a deeper appreciation for the profound stillness that always followed. She understood that true peace was not a destination, but a continuous journey of finding calm amidst the ever-changing tides of life. Philosophical commentary. The stillness after the storm parable is a powerful metaphor for resilience, post-growth, and the cultivation of inner peace amidst life's inevitable challenges, all central to Buddhist teachings. Life, as the Buddha taught, is characterized by dukkha, suffering, dissatisfaction, which includes the experience of pain, loss, and the inherent unpredictability of existence. Storms symbolize these periods of chaos, crisis, and profound difficulty. The core message is that peace is not the absence of trouble, but the ability to find calm within it. This aligns with the Buddhist concept of equanimity, upka, a balanced and serene state of mind that remains undisturbed by the ups and downs of life. It is not about suppressing emotions or denying reality, but about cultivating a deep inner stability that allows us to navigate turmoil without being overwhelmed. The stillness beneath the ocean's surface and the clarity after the storm represent inner wisdom, the inherent capacity for peace and resilience that lies within each of us, often obscured by the surface turbulence of our minds. Impermanence, the understanding that even the fiercest storms are temporary. They arise, abide, and pass away. This knowledge provides hope and perspective post-crisis growth. The idea that periods of intense difficulty can lead to profound clarity, strength, and a deeper appreciation for life. Much like the world appears clearer and fresher after a storm. This teaching encourages us to face adversity with courage, to trust in our inner resources, and to cultivate a deep faith in the natural rhythm of life, knowing that peace and clarity will always return. Modern psychological link. In modern psychology, the ability to cope with adversity and bounce back from difficult experiences is known as resilience. The stillness after the storm directly addresses psychological concepts related to trauma, stress, and coping mechanisms. Stress response, our natural fight, flight, or freeze response to perceived threats. The story encourages a shift from fighting the storm to observing and trusting its passage. Post-traumatic growth, PTG, the positive psychological changes that can occur after experiencing a highly challenging or traumatic event. This includes increased appreciation for life, stronger relationships, greater personal strength, and a deeper spiritual understanding. Lena's experience mirrors this. Emotional regulation, the ability to manage and respond to an emotional experience without being overwhelmed by it. Cultivating inner stillness is a key strategy for emotional regulation. Mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, teaches individuals to observe thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations without judgment, allowing them to experience discomfort without being consumed by it. This is akin to watching the storm from a calm inner space. Acceptance, accepting that certain aspects of life like storms are beyond our control, and that resisting them only increases suffering. The Zen teaching offers powerful psychological tools, cultivating inner resources, developing practices like meditation, deep breathing, self-compassion that help access a calm inner core during times of stress, shifting perspective, reframing challenges, not as permanent disasters, but as transient events that, while difficult, can lead to growth and new clarity. Trust in process, developing faith in one's own ability to cope and in the natural healing process of time. Building resilience, actively engaging with challenges in a way that strengthens one's capacity to endure and recover by embracing the wisdom of the stillness. After the storm, individuals can transform their relationship with chaos and adversity. They learn that peace is not found by avoiding life's difficulties, but by cultivating an unwavering inner calm that allows them to navigate any tempest, emerging stronger, clearer, and with a profound appreciation for the preciousness of life. Conclusion. The Buddha taught, peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. The stillness you seek is already within you, waiting to be discovered. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, consider any storms you might be experiencing in your life perhaps. A period of chaos, stress, or emotional turmoil. Are you fighting the storm or seeking the stillness within it? Take a deep breath. As you exhale, acknowledge the storm. Feel its presence, but then turn your attention inward. Find that deep, calm center within yourself, like the stillness beneath the ocean's surface. Trust that this storm, too, will pass. And know that the stillness that follows will bring with it a new clarity, a new beginning, a renewed sense of peace. May your sleep be peaceful, and may you awaken with a heart that knows how to find calm amidst any chaos, and a spirit that trusts in the profound stillness that always follows the storm. And so, that concludes our journey through these Zen wisdom stories for tonight. I sincerely hope that these narratives, these lessons from the masters and the characters within, have touched your heart, bringing you a measure of peace, a glimmer of insight, and a renewed sense of inspiration on your own path. Each story is a seed, and now that seed has been planted in the garden of your soul. May it sprout, grow, and bear the sweet fruits of awakening and inner peace. Remember, this journey doesn't end when the story stops. It continues in every moment you live, in every breath you take. I would be truly honored to hear your thoughts, your feelings, and your reflections on this story or any other we've explored together. Please share your comments below. Your insights are not only a tremendous source of encouragement for me, but also a light, a source of inspiration for fellow travelers on this empty boat with us. If you found value in this content, if these stories have brought you peace, healing, or a new perspective, please don't hesitate to hit the like button to support the channel. Share this video with anyone you believe might also be seeking stillness and wisdom. And most importantly, consider hitting the subscribe button and the notification bell so you don't miss any future stories, any further journeys into the self. With us, remember, you are not alone on this path. We are fellow travelers on the empty boat, navigating the waves of life together, seeking the shores of inner peace. May your sleep be deep and restorative, and may you awaken with a light heart, ready to embrace the good that life has to offer. Until next time on the empty boat.